Chapter 956. After thinking for a bit, Su-Yi drew a question mark on the map of the Malur Empire. Then he looked at the bottom of the map, which was the large blank area in the southern seas of the endless seas, slightly knitting his brows. His love for maps was a personal hobby, but also a practical need. Relying on this giant map of signs that had been hanging on the wall for several years, Su-Yi could clearly grasp the development of a new flyer in the signs. Then he could make general judgments and make future predictions, which could be considered very helpful. However, even if this map was the most accurate map of the signs that he could find, it was far from being accurate and detailed. For example, the giant deer island that he wanted to find on this map should be the largest island in the southern seas of the Kingdom of Ruhr, but there was only a casual mark on this map, and there wasn't anything else. Moreover, according to the experience that Su-Yi had gained from riding the magic airship to Giant Deer Island several times, the location marked on this map was at least 100 kilometers away from the actual location of Giant Deer Island, which was a large error. If there is time and conditions in the future, I have to get someone to make a detailed map. Su-Yi muttered. He moved the mark of Giant Deer Island to the upper right a bit, making it as accurate as possible. Then he drew a bright red dot on this mark and drew a dotted line, connecting it to the route that he had marked before, which represented the sea route that the new flyer controlled in the southern seas. After thinking about it, Su-Yi drew a dotted line around the red dot. After drawing it a bit, he drew another dotted line. These two dotted lines represented the range that the new flyer's military base on Giant Deer Island could reach. This range didn't seem to be large at the moment, with the furthest it could reach was about 500 kilometers. It wasn't even enough to affect the southern seas of the Kanla Empire, which was further east. This was because the base could only send out 2 guard fleets. Although the guard fleets were outstanding, the base was still limited in size. It was not enough to support the guard fleets in long-range attacks. After making some calculations, Su-Yi shifted his gaze slightly to the right and landed on the southern waters of the Kanla Empire. It was more than 300 kilometers away from the southern coast of the Kanla Empire. According to the intelligence, there was also an island that was rich in resources and was 1/3 larger than Giant Deer Island. The straight-line distance between this island and Giant Deer Island was about 700 to 800 kilometers. If the frigates set off from Giant Deer Island, they could arrive there within a day. This was Su-Yi's first choice as the second naval base of New Flyer. Su-Yi lightly pointed at the location of this island and compared it to the sea route that was more than 200 kilometers away. He thought about it and shook his head. The reason why he chose to build the second naval base so far away from the coast of the Kanla Empire was mainly because he was worried about the attitude of the Kanla Empire. It wasn't because he was afraid that the strength of the Kanla Empire's navy would threaten this naval base. It was purely because Su-Yi didn't want to ruin the good relationship between both sides. Furthermore, about 500 kilometers to the southwest of this naval base was Paradise Island that was currently under Leslie's control. After the 2 naval bases were built, they formed a triangle with Paradise Island. If there was a problem with one of them, the other 2 bases would be able to react easily. Hidden in the depths of Su-Yi's heart was a thought that if something happened to Leslie and Paradise Island went out of control, the 2 naval bases would be able to react quickly. After estimating the situation of the second naval base in his heart, Su-Yi didn't continue to look at the east side of the map. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and things had to be done one step at a time. With the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's current strength, to be able to build these 2 sea bases and maintain them, it already took a lot of effort. Building more naval bases was something that he couldn't consider at the moment. Knock, 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 knock. Just as Su-Yi was about to continue organizing the next step of the plan in his heart, there was a light knock on the door of the study room. Hearing this special frequency of knocking, Su-Yi turned his head in surprise and joy. He saw Steele standing at the door of the study room with a smile. "Hey, Steele, didn't you also receive an invitation to the Malur Empire before I left? Why are you back today?" Su-Yi asked in a surprised voice. Steele looked at Su-Yi with a charming look and said with a faint smile, "I heard that you were back today, so I immediately rushed back from the Malur Empire." Su-Yi couldn't help laughing. "Who are you lying to?" The Malar Empire is over 2,000 kilometers away from here. First, not mentioning how long it took you to receive the news that I was coming back today. Even if you came back immediately after receiving the news, it would take you a full day to take the fastest magic airship. How could you make it in time? Really, you don't appreciate it when I'm trying to make you happy. Steele deliberately pouted her lips and rolled her eyes at Sue. All right, I just received a very important piece of news a few days ago, so I hurried back immediately. I didn't expect Vivian to tell me that you're back as soon as I got home. What a pleasant surprise. Vivian, Sue, he was surprised again. Where did you see her? Right outside the gate. Steele turned to point at the gate of the manor before giving a sigh. Sue, I found that you've been too busy lately, so much so that you've even ignored Vivian's feelings. I saw her hesitating at the gate, not willing to come in. Then I called her in, and she ran away after rejecting me. It seems like she still hasn't let go of the knot in her heart. Sue, he was instantly silent. A month and a half ago, the people sent by 70 had come to the Principality of Constantine. Sue, he had given Teresa, who had been under house arrest for several months, to them to bring back to the Lampari kingdom. Although Sue, he had already explained this matter to Vivian, and she had understood, seeing her best friend being taken away by someone else, Vivian was still very disappointed. During this time, Vivian had been very depressed and couldn't raise her spirits. Sue, he wanted to enlighten her, but it was hard for him to find the time, and Vivian always avoided him. So he never had a chance, dragging it out until now. Now that he heard Steele describe Vivian's current situation, he immediately thought of Vivian's thin figure hesitating at the gate of the manor, and he couldn't help giving a sigh in his heart. Although Vivian was the first slave he had after coming to this world, he had never treated Vivian as a slave. He had always treated her as family, or rather as a little sister. Vivian was very dependent on Sue. Other than Steele, when Teresa appeared, this was her first true friend, so naturally she attached great importance to her. But she never would have thought that Teresa was a spy sent by the Sack Kingdom, almost causing great harm to the new flyer. Vivian's rationality told her that she should hate Teresa and hate her. However, this innocent young lady could not accept a relationship with Teresa. This contradiction had been tormenting Vivian in the months that Teresa had been captured, so she became more and more silent. I'll find a chance to talk to her. Sue thought for a bit before saying with a sigh, All right, Vivian only recognizes you in her heart. If you talk to her properly, I think she'll be able to accept it. Still nodded. She reached her hand in her chest and took out a small, delicate, and thin piece of metal that looked very light. Now tell me, what is going on? Suyi's eyes fell onto the new simplified magic illusion film that was developed by the New Moon Chamber of Commerce and the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce. After thinking about it, he immediately understood. This is the film about the Magicians' Union headquarters, right? Why is it in your hands? I'm a New Moon Chamber of Commerce's chairman. What is strange about it being in my hands? Steele glared at Sue. Sue, why didn't you tell me that you wanted to do such a big thing? Do you know how serious the consequences will be if this illusion film is broadcasted? How serious could it be? Sue, he gave a shrug. It's nothing more than letting people see the true face of the Sorcerer's Guild. Are you crazy? Steele suddenly raised her voice. Do you know that if this film was played like you said, it would be equal to falling out with the Sorcerer's Guild? I don't care what happens to the new flyer, but you might be in danger because of this. I won't agree to you doing this. I'll be in danger. Sue laughed. What? Could it be that you think the Sorcerer's Guild will send people to kill me? You think they won't dare? Steele walked in front of Sue, reached out her finger, and pointed at Suyi's forehead. Sue, is it because the new flyer has been developing too smoothly, so you're too confident? Let me tell you, the Sorcerer's Guild is much stronger than you think. If you offend them like this, the one who will suffer in the end will be you. Seeing Steele's serious expression, Sue couldn't help but frown. He and Steele had known each other for more than 10 years, and he knew that once she set her mind on something, it would be hard to convince her. And this matter was an important part of his big plan, and it had to be carried out. It was almost impossible to convince Steele by himself. Sue thought for a bit, rolled his eyes, and smiled as he held Steele's hand. "I know you won't believe me, but let's go find Grandpa and let him judge. What do you think?" "Oomph. Grandpa will definitely side with you." "Do you think I don't know?" Steele stared at Sue-Yi, but under Sue-Yi's tug, she reluctantly followed Sue-Yi out of the manor. Chapter 9:57. For the people of Kramer City, as long as there was no rain or other weather to disturb them, then after dinner, they would all come to the entertainment plaza outside the East Gate built by the New Moon Chamber of Commerce and spend a night of entertainment. The most eye-catching thing in Entertainment Plaza was the area that attracted the most people. Of course, it was the area in the center of the plaza used to show the magic illusion movies. Every night at 7 o'clock, the New Moon Chamber of Commerce would send people to use the magic illusion projector here to show the movies for free until 10 o'clock at night. In the beginning, people only came out of curiosity, but as the New Moon Chamber of Commerce's documentaries and series of movies kept being broadcasted, people were deeply attracted by the content of these movies. Recently, the movies that the New Moon Chamber of Commerce broadcasted for free included a documentary about the cultural landscape of signs, as well as 2 series about the race wars and the life of modern civilians. Each one was very popular, and people couldn't help wanting to continue watching after watching one episode. In particular, the TV series about the racial war had reached its climax. It was about the impending war between the human allied forces and the Elven army. Therefore, all the people in Kramer City didn't want to miss out on any part of it. There were even people from the villages outside the city who came 2 hours ahead of time. They came from villages several dozen kilometers away just to get a good spot to watch the movie. In such a lively atmosphere, the sky had only just turned dark, but the huge square that covered an area of more than 20,000 square meters was already packed with people. People were surging everywhere. Kramer City wasn't a big city. The people inside and outside the city added up to 70 to 80,000 people, but there were already close to 30,000 people in the plaza. It could be seen just how attractive this movie was. Before 7 o'clock, the square was still very noisy because of the large number of people, but when the time turned to 7 o'clock, the lights around the square suddenly went out, and everyone instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the magic illusion projector in the center of the square. Like normal, the staff of the New Moon Chamber of Commerce, who had already prepared, pressed a button. A hazy light came from the magic illusion projector in the air, creating a giant illusion in the air. At the beginning of the illusion, the words New Moon Chamber of Commerce were flashing with colorful lights. Then, the illusion changed, but it didn't play the opening of the first series as expected. Instead, it suddenly showed a scene overlooking the Earth from high up in the sky. As the camera zoomed in, the scene gradually came closer to the ground before a small city appeared in front of everyone. The small city was also getting closer and closer in the scene. Finally, he entered the small city and fixed his gaze on the bustling and endless stream of people on the streets of the small city. This freeze lasted for less than 3 seconds before the illusion suddenly changed, turning into a giant mine. There were countless large mining magic machines that were clearly made by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce working in the mine. The loud sounds of the machines combined with the loud sounds of the or moving made it sound very shocking. Then, the illusion changed again, and he suddenly arrived above a boundless sea. In the image, nearly 100 huge wooden ships formed a majestic fleet, slowly moving forward on the sea. Around the fleet, there were 10 magic guard ships made of steel blocking the outside, looking like they were guarding the fleet. The camera zoomed in, and the flag on the magic guard ships was clearly the Shinfei flag that represented one wing of the new flyer. The image froze on the Shinfei flag for around 2 seconds before the illusion kept flashing. There were different images that flashed by at a rate of 1 image per second. Among these images, there were nobles who seemed to be speaking passionately about something. There were also commoners dressed in ordinary clothes who were either happy or in pain. There were also grand war scenes that made one unable to help but feel suffocated. There were also extremely plain scenes that showed the daily lives of ordinary people. After around 10 seconds of flashing images, it finally turned into darkness and a row of large words slowly appeared in the air. Weekly news. Seeing these large words, everyone in the square was stunned. What is this thing? What is this weekly news? Are they not playing TV series? What are they playing this for? I want to watch TV series. That's right. I'm still waiting to watch the war. Faced with the people's doubts gradually turning into protests, the staff member of the New Moon Chamber of Commerce beside the magic illusion projector remained indifferent and didn't react at all. The illusion above his head wasn't affected by the people's protests at all. After the words, "Weekly news," stayed for 2 seconds, the image suddenly lit up and 2 figures appeared in the illusion. Seeing this change, the people in the square couldn't help stopping their protests and doubts as they looked at the illusion again. When they saw the 2 figures in the illusion, everyone was stunned again. The 2 silhouettes were a man and a woman, but the man was a middle-aged human with a calm face, while the woman was clearly a beautiful elf girl. This combination really was a bit surprising, and the words they said after were even more surprising. The first to speak was the middle-aged human man, collecting the news of the continent, broadcasting the focus of attention. Welcome to Weekly News. I am your host, Renap. The female elf on the right followed up. I am Aurelia. Good evening to the friends in front of the magic illusion projector. This is the first issue of Weekly News. I believe that everyone doesn't know what this program is about. Next, Aurelia and I will give everyone an introduction. The male host, Renap, followed up. The main goal of the Weekly News is to gather all the large and small news that has happened on the Signs continent in a week and broadcast it for everyone to see. It allows everyone to have a certain understanding of the various news that has happened on the continent through the Weekly News. Aurelia said, Weekly News doesn't just cover the major matters of the countries, it also covers the small matters of the citizens. No matter how big or small it is, it will all be covered by our reports. Now we'll enter the official content. Please take a look, everyone. As soon as Aurelia's voice fell, the illusion suddenly changed. There were 2 men wearing the uniform of the Lampari Kingdom and the uniform of the Sack Kingdom, shaking hands. These 2 men had many people wearing the uniform of the Lampari Kingdom and the uniform of the Sack Kingdom. It seemed like they were holding a ceremony. A voiceover sounded at this time. 3 days ago, the Lampari Kingdom's northern army has officially entered West Mist City that used to belong to the Sack Kingdom, taking over all the defenses of West Mist City from the Sack Kingdom's Hungry Wolf Regiment. This means that West Mist City is now officially under the name of the Lampari Kingdom, becoming part of the Lampari Kingdom's territory. The ceasefire agreement between the Lampari Kingdom and the Sack Kingdom, where the Sack Kingdom ceded 7 southern cities to the Lampari Kingdom, is now in effect. At the ceremony, the Lampari Kingdom's northern army commander who represented the Lampari Kingdom in accepting West Mist City, General Rudolph Teuton, said that the northern army would guarantee the basic safety of West Mist City and the other 6 cities transferred from the Sack Kingdom. They would also cooperate with the kingdom's parliament in developing these 7 cities, ensuring the prosperity and stability of these 7 cities. In response, the Hungry Wolf Regiment's commander, General Toby Ted, who represented the Sack Kingdom at the ceremony, said that he believed in the strength of the Northern Army and believed that the Lampari Kingdom had the ability to make these 7 cities prosperous. But he also said that the Sack Kingdom would not give up the possibility of returning these 7 cities to the embrace of the Sack Kingdom. As citizens of the Lampari Kingdom, when the citizens of Kramer City saw this news, they couldn't help revealing looks of concern. They were excited and proud that the Lampari Kingdom had seized land from the Sack Kingdom for the first time, but they also snorted at the words of the Hungry Wolf Regiment's commander, Toby Ted. The current Sack Kingdom clearly wasn't a match for the Lampari Kingdom, but this fellow was still shameless enough to boast. After the scene of General Rudolph Teuton and General Toby Ted clinking glasses, the illusion paused for a moment before changing into another scene. The one who appeared in the illusion was a young woman who was less than 30 years old. She had a graceful and elegant appearance, but her face was very amiable. She even had a sweet smile on her face. This young woman was wearing an incomparably luxurious dress, and had a dazzling crown studded with pearls and diamonds on her head. It was the Lampari Kingdom's current king, Her Majesty 70. Through the various newspapers of the Lampari Kingdom, Queen 70's face was already known to the people of the Lampari Kingdom. Now that she had suddenly appeared in the illusion, although everyone was stunned for a moment, they immediately recognized her. Compared to the pictures of the Queen in the newspapers, Queen 70 in the illusion was without a doubt much more vivid. Although Her Majesty the Queen did not look as majestic as she did in the portrait, her approachable face made people more willing to trust and respect her from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Her Majesty's face was young and beautiful. Every frown and smile of hers was clear in the illusion, which was much better than the pictures. After a month of preparation, Her Majesty 70 has proposed that the kingdom's parliament pass the new Lampari Kingdom Citizens Protection Plan. This plan will be implemented next year, and after this plan is implemented, as long as it is a citizen of the Lampari Kingdom, they will have the most basic protection. The specific contents are: everyone listened to the contents of this plan in a daze, becoming more and more surprised the more they heard. Not mentioning the other aspects of this plan, just based on ensuring that every citizen of the kingdom had the most basic living conditions, it meant that even citizens who didn't have the ability to live could apply for a minimum of 30 pounds of flour and a certain amount of vegetables each month, which was already shocking enough. If this plan was implemented, wouldn't it mean that even if the citizens of the kingdom were lazy and didn't work, they would still have food to eat and wouldn't starve to death? This was too ridiculous. It had to be known that less than 20 years ago, there were many people in the kingdom who would have starved to death. Could it be that without anyone noticing, the Lampari Kingdom had already become this powerful? Everyone felt like this wasn't real. After this news, the News Weekly broadcasted several news articles about the Lampari Kingdom. Following this, the Human Host Renap suddenly announced that they were broadcasting foreign news. The first foreign news was related to the new flyer. 4 days ago, the Magicians Union headquarters issued a final warning to the new flyer, requesting the new flyer to dissolve the Magic Machine Patent Protection Union and the Magicians Union. Below is a video of the Magicians Union headquarters issuing a warning to the new flyer. Chapter 958. In fact, the news of new flyer rejecting the 2 requests of the Magicians Union headquarters was not as exaggerated as it seemed. This was because although the New Moon Chamber of Commerce had set up magic illusion projectors in all the cities of the southwest countries of the Science Continent, even if the populations of these countries were added together, there were less than 20 million people. The magic illusion projectors that the New Moon Chamber of Commerce broadcasted were mainly aimed at the citizens of these cities, so the audience was limited. Therefore, according to Su Yi's estimation, the actual viewership was less than 30%. Therefore, there were a few million people who knew about this news, but it definitely wasn't as many as 10 million people. The people who truly cared about this news and understood the meaning of this news were probably less than a tenth of these millions of people. It was only a few 100,000 people. However, Suki didn't really care about this. The reason why he used such a drastic method to announce this news to the public was because he wanted to part ways with the Sorcerer's Guild. He was determined to not accept the unreasonable requests of the Sorcerer's Guild. For those who cared about this, they could naturally understand the meaning of Su Yi and the Xinfei Chamber of Commerce from this news. Among these people, the ones that Su Yi cared about the most were the low-grade magicians of these countries. Of the 2 requests of the Magicians Union headquarters, one was to disband the Magic Machine Patent Protection Union. This had nothing to do with most of the low-level magicians. It was purely a choice made by New Flyer to resist the greed of the Magicians Union headquarters. The other request was to disband the Magicians Union. This was closely related to the low-level magicians in these countries. The Magicians Union was mainly made up of low-level magicians. Moreover, the purpose of establishing the Magicians Union was to resist the control of the low-level magicians by the Sorcerer's Guild. This way, the low-level magicians would be able to find a suitable job to ensure their basic survival and the corresponding magic research funds. For those low-level mages with good family backgrounds, this wasn't important. However, for the vast majority, or even more than 95% of the low-level mages with poor family backgrounds, the Magicians' Alliance was the hope in their hearts. Since the Magicians' Union was established, in just 3 months, they had already recruited over 20,000 low-level magicians. They took over 90% of the low-level magicians in the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Principality of Constantine, the Drake Duchy, the Mirando Duchy, and the Norton Duchy. Even the low-level magicians from the Sac Kingdom, the Falk Kingdom, and the surrounding countries came over after hearing the news, allowing the Magicians' Union to quickly develop. The of Magic Machine Patent Protection Union, the Magicians' Union, of Magic Patent Protection, of Magic Machine Commerce, of Magic Machine, of Magic Commerce. Although most of them had to enter the Magic Machine Skill Training School to officially start working and receive a salary, this had already greatly changed their lives. So compared to the low-level magicians that normally didn't help them and the Sorcerers Guild that had to pay quite a bit of gold coins for the annual Sorcerers Guild exam, the Magicians' Union was without a doubt much more useful to these low-level magicians. In this situation, the tens of thousands of low-level magicians of these countries snorted at the 2 requests that the Magicians' Union headquarters gave to the new flyer, expressing deep disdain. After this recorded video was broadcasted on the weekly news, there were countless low-level magicians in these countries that announced their withdrawal from the Sorcerers Guild, expressing their protest against the Sorcerers Guild. However, the Sorcerers Guild's response was unexpectedly strong. Half a month after the news was broadcasted, the Magicians' Union headquarters released a statement through the Sorcerers Guild branches of each country and other official organizations to the signs. The statement stated that the video that was broadcasted on the weekly news was completely fabricated by the new flyer, and that it was the new flyer that maliciously slandered the Magicians' Union headquarters. The Magicians' Union headquarters strongly condemned the new flyer's actions, and at the same time officially announced that the new flyer was one of the Sorcerers Guild's unwelcome companies. Under this premise, the Sorcerers Guild called on all the magicians of the continent to boycott the new flyer and warned all the magicians that joined the new flyer to quickly wake up and leave the new flyer. Otherwise, they would be judged as working with a new flyer and would no longer enjoy the protection of the Sorcerers Guild. In addition to targeting the new flyer, the Magicians' Union headquarters also made an even more severe rebuke of the Sorcerers Guild. The Magicians' Union headquarters declared that the Sorcerers Guild was clearly an organization created by people with ulterior motives to divide the Sorcerers Guild. Its presence in the signs was a type of harm to all the magicians in the signs. This was because the Sorcerers Guild was the most prestigious magician organization that had been passed down for thousands of years. Other organizations were far inferior in terms of credibility and reliability. They hoped that the magicians that joined the Sorcerers Guild would realize their mistake and leave the Sorcerers Guild. As soon as the statement came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the signs. Because just like what the Magicians' Union headquarters said, the Sorcerers Guild had been passed down for thousands of years in the signs. Not only did it have a very high reputation in the hearts of the magicians, it also had a very strong prestige in the hearts of the commoners. Now that a new magician organization had suddenly appeared and was going against the Sorcerers Guild, there was definitely a big problem. However, it didn't matter how intense the reactions of the irrelevant people were, because the core of the dispute between the Sorcerers Guild and the Sorcerers Guild was the attitude of the low-level magicians from the beginning to the end. That was, they completely supported the Sorcerers Guild, and most of them directly left the Sorcerers Guild. To put it bluntly, those guys at the Magicians' Union headquarters think too highly of themselves. He looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head. They always put on a high and mighty attitude and have a management attitude towards all the magicians. They think that all the magicians on the continent should listen to them, but they forget that the Sorcerers Guild was originally a service organization. If it didn't bring benefits to the magicians, then who would listen to them obediently? Minter Carmilla on the side rolled her eyes at Sue. So you brat desperately give those low-level magicians benefits so that they will listen to you obediently? Sue laughed. Grandpa, aren't your words too harsh? What do you mean by obediently listening to me? I create a good living environment for them. Then they use their magician skills to work for our company. Everyone gets what they need. It's still very fair. If we really want to talk about it, it's clear that our company has to pay a little more. You see, isn't it because of them that we fell out with the Sorcerer's Guild? Don't say it like you're being wronged. Minter Carmilla glared at Sue. Brat, I knew what you were up to. You planned this from the very beginning, didn't you? By doing this, it's clear that you deliberately want to take those low-level magicians who have difficulties in life away from the Sorcerer's Guild. You think I can't see through it? Sue laughed again, then asked seriously, Grandpa, then do you think I'm doing the right thing? Seeing Sue Yi's serious expression, Minter Carmilla was silent for a while and sighed softly. I have to admit, what you're doing is the best way to help these low-level magicians. In the past, even though the Sorcerer's Guild was always shouting about improving the environment for the low-level magicians to study magic and helping them go further on the path of magic, there were very few things that were actually done, or even almost nothing. Now that you've created a magic industry that can allow the low-level magicians to have a good income, in my opinion, this can be considered as the real solution to this big problem. Minter Carmilla paused, then suddenly stood up and solemnly bowed to Sue E. Sue E., I have to express my sincere gratitude to you on behalf of the low-level magicians. If it wasn't for your appearance, most of the low-level magicians could only be mediocre for their entire lives. But now, at least they have the conditions to ensure their own living conditions. There's even a big possibility that they can continue on the path of magic. It's not an exaggeration to say that you've contributed a lot to the development of magic in the signs. Sui was shocked and quickly stood up to avoid it. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, Grandpa, you're exaggerating. I'm only following the needs of the Chamber of Commerce. It's not as noble as you think. I only look at the results. Minter Carmilla lightly replied. Sui was silent for a moment, then revealed a smile. All right, since Grandpa thinks so, then so be it. But Grandpa, regarding the retaliation of the Magicians' Union headquarters, other than these meaningless verbal accusations, what do you think is the most important aspect to pay attention to? I didn't think that you would be so ruthless. Minter Carmilla rolled her eyes at Sue E., then seriously thought for a moment. Her expression suddenly became heavy. Do you still remember when you asked me what the attitude of the Magi towards wars between countries was? How did I answer? You said that the Sorcerer's Guild forbade the Magi from participating in wars against other countries, but didn't forbid them from participating in wars against other countries. Sui replied. Then his heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed greatly. Grandpa, don't tell me. Magi can't take the initiative to invade a country, but they can attack a Chamber of Commerce? Minter Carmilla slowly nodded. Yes. Following a country's army to invade would cause public outrage, but attacking a Chamber of Commerce is a personal grudge. Sui's expression suddenly became very ugly. Chapter 9:59. It was impossible that Sui hadn't considered the threat of the Archmages before he decided to break off all pretense of cordiality with the Magicians' Union headquarters. It was just that when this threat came from Minter Carmilla's mouth, it seemed especially credible, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. However, he was only nervous for a moment before he relaxed. He had already thought it through. If New Flyer wanted to lead the development of the magic machine industry on the continent and establish his ideal magic machine industry system, then he would face the threat of the Archmages sooner or later. Archmages were extremely special existences on the signs. Up until now, including Minter Carmilla, there were only a mere 27 of them on the entire continent. Every single one of these 27 Archmages were important figures. Any of their actions could shake up the magic circle on the continent. It could be said that they represented the authority of the magic circle. However, in Sui's eyes, the so-called authority of the Archmages was built on their super powerful strength, or in other words, super powerful destructive power. This wasn't something to be praised. This was because to Sui, magic was only a tool. Using the power of magic to develop magic machines, and then using these magic machines to improve people's lives was far more meaningful than using magic to destroy or even directly participating in war. So he had always used various methods to try and dilute the power of magic in order to shift the reverence people had for magic to the actual use of magic. This time, he had purposely put on an attitude of going against the Magicians' Union headquarters. His goal was to separate the low-level mages that made up 90% of the mages on the signs from the Sorcerers' Union. While finding suitable jobs for these low-level mages, he also wanted them to redefine the use of magic in their minds. If the largest number of low-level magicians all recognized magic machines and focused on using magic in specific magic machines, then it would be possible to change the direction that most magicians used magic in and develop the magic machine industry better. However, if he really wanted to completely change everyone's understanding of magic, then higher-level mages, or even great mages and archmages would be a problem that he had to face. If he could convince an archmage to recognize the magic machine industry and throw himself into it, then the effect would definitely be greater than convincing 10,000 low-level mages. Minter Carmilla was currently the only archmage that truly recognized the magic machine industry, but because of her special relationship with her persuasion wasn't enough. Therefore, he had always been trying to use other methods to convince other archmages. If the Magicians' Union really managed to convince an archmage to deal with New Flyer, then it would be a crisis for New Flyer, but at the same time, it was also a huge opportunity. The specific outcome would depend on how used. It was a good thing that archmages weren't ordinary people. Even the Magicians' Union headquarters wouldn't use this trump card unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, New Flyer also had Minter Carmilla, so the Magicians' Union headquarters had to be cautious. Therefore, even though Minter Carmilla had raised this concern, in reality, after New Flyer and the Magicians' Union headquarters had completely fallen out, New Flyer didn't immediately suffer a direct attack from an archmage like he had expected. Apart from using various public statements to argue with New Flyer, the Magicians' Union headquarters didn't do anything special. On the surface, the days seemed to be the same as usual. Everything was calm and peaceful. Of course, this calmness was only for New Flyer. For the other countries on the continent, it wasn't calm at all. After New Flyer announced that they could transfer some military magic machine technology, there were many countries on the continent that actively moved. The first 35 countries that signed a cooperation agreement with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce only took a single year to show who was better and who wasn't. The Venice Duchy, with the best cooperation, had already entered the second stage of cooperation with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had announced that their magic machine industry had reached the second level. So according to the contract, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had transferred the basic military magic machine technology of the magic repeating crossbows and small magic trebuchets to the Venice Duchy. For this, New Flyer and the Venice Duchy worked together, investing in a military magic machine factory in the Venice Duchy. At the same time, they built a steel mill that could produce over 800,000 tons a year, providing the standard steel for the military magic machines. Compared to the other countries that were still in the first stage, preparing to cooperate with New Flyer to build the most basic agricultural magic machine factory, the Venice Duchy was without a doubt in the lead. After the cold winter passed, the fourth construction team, sent by the New Flyer and the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, arrived in the Venice Duchy. This time, their goal was to build a harbor at the mouth of the Venice Duchy's largest river, the Turin River, and the Endless Sea. Although the Venice Duchy had a natural harbor here before, it couldn't satisfy the increasing demand for goods in the Venice Duchy, especially the large transport magic ships of the New Flyer fleet. So under the proposal of the New Flyer and the Venice Duchy would each invest half of the money to build this new harbor together. This harbor was connected to the Turin River that ran through the Venice Duchy to the north. With the river transport of the Turin River, it was very convenient to transport goods from the Venice Duchy here and then send them to further places by sea. Correspondingly, The goods from other places could enter the harbor and be sent to various parts of the Venice Duchy through the Taron River. Other than this, the Venice Duchy was planning on building a road along the Taron River. With the 3 roads that had been built before, they could basically connect all parts of the Venice Duchy with roads. According to their estimates, as long as this harbor and road were finished, adding in the fact that the Venice Duchy would use the various construction magic machines provided by the new flyer to clear the Taron River, the transportation environment of the Venice Duchy would be greatly improved. In the past, although the Venice Duchy was rich in all kinds of products, the transportation was not convenient enough, so these products could not be transported out. The people of the duchy could only live in poor conditions because of the poor land of the Venice Duchy. But once this transportation problem was solved, the rare products of the Venice Duchy could be easily transported to other parts of the continent to be sold, which would bring quite a bit of income to the Venice Duchy. For example, when the new flyer and the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's fleet came to the Venice Duchy, other than helping the Venice Duchy build a harbor, they were also responsible for purchasing large amounts of local products from the Venice Duchy. When the fleet arrived at the crude natural harbor, countless goods from all over the Venice Duchy had already been piled up like a mountain, waiting for the fleet to take them away. Correspondingly, the new flyer's transport fleet had also brought large amounts of rare goods from the Venice Duchy. Among them, the most important part was basic grains such as rice and wheat. Just for this fleet, the new flyer had brought 3 large transport magic ships and 3,000 barrels of the dwarven specialty wine. The Venice Duchy was only a small country, and its population was only about 600,000. This batch of supplies was a great improvement and helped to the Venice Duchy that had been lacking staple food all year round. So when the fleet arrived at the harbor, they were immediately welcomed by the people of the Venice Duchy. Duke Venice even personally came and warmly welcomed the high-level members of the fleet. This showed how much importance the Venice Duchy placed on the new flyer and the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. Of course, what he really cared about was the other batch of goods hidden under the rice, wheat, and wine. Your Excellency, Duke, look, this is the handheld magic cannon that our company has carefully developed. Don't look at how small it is. After each shell is fired, it has the might of a 4th-grade fire magic bomb, which is very shocking. There isn't any special requirement to use this magic cannon. As long as the soldiers train a bit, they will be able to grasp the basics of using it. Hearing the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's fleet commander, John Sauron's introduction, Duke Venice's eyes lit up. He couldn't help reaching out to touch the magic cannon that was shining brightly under the light. It felt very smooth in his hand and was very good to touch. Good, very good. This thing really is good. Duke Venice gave a few words of praise before turning to ask Garn Sauron, Commander Sauron, I wonder when your new flyer is willing to give us the technology to make this magic cannon. Garn Sauron revealed a faint smile. Your Excellency Duke, regarding this, our company has already given you detailed notes on the magic machine industry level list. The lowest level requirement for the magic cannon is the 4th level magic machine industry, so your country can't meet this requirement right now. Is that so? Although he already knew this, Duke Venice was still a bit disappointed when he heard this answer. After touching the magic cannon for a bit, he asked, even if you can't give us the technology, can you at least sell us some higher level military magic machines? Garn Sauron shook his head. Your Excellency Duke, I urge you to give up on this idea. Regarding military magic machines, our Chamber of Commerce has strict regulations. The reason why we are selling this batch of military magic machines to your country is because your country is the first country to achieve a level 2 magic machine industrial system. Therefore, we are giving you special support. As for the large magic cannon, that is a military magic machine that only the 6th level magic machine industry can have. If your country wants it, you need to work harder. Duke Venice was silent for a bit before giving a long sigh. He reached his hand out to Garn Sauron. All right, first give me what we deserve. Chapter 960. Duke Venice Deserved Things was actually based on the agreement between the Venice Duchy and the Frestac Chamber of Commerce. When the Venice Duchy reached the 2nd level, The Frestech Chamber of Commerce would transfer some military magic machine manufacturing technology to the Venice Duchy. Other than this information, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce would also send technicians to the Venice Duchy to help the Venice Duchy digest this information, allowing them to produce military magic machines on their own. Of course, with the current magic machine industry of the Venice Duchy, they could at most make some low-end military magic machines like magic repeating crossbows and small magic trebuchets. What again Sauron said earlier wasn't wrong at all. Even if New Flyer gave the high-level military magic machine technology like the magic cannon to the Venice Duchy, they wouldn't be able to grasp it themselves. It had to be known that they had barely grasped the most basic manufacturing technology. They were still far from reaching the standards needed to make the magic cannons. Not mentioning anything else, just the Venice Duchy was lacking skilled magic machine workers. So when the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's fleet came this time, they had another task, which was to cooperate with the Wines Duchy. They would set up a magic machine industry school in the Wines Duchy, helping the Wines Duchy quickly train a group of skilled workers. Of course, these standards were all based on the standards set by the New Flyer. Specifically, even a number of threads on the screws of each magic machine would be strictly based on the standards set by the New Flyer. This was something that He had clearly requested when he made this strategic partnership plan for a qualified industrial system. The most troublesome problem was that the standards weren't uniform because there would be many incompatibilities. There would be many problems, and it would be a serious waste of manpower and resources. When he was on Earth, he had suffered from the standards not being uniform many times, but he didn't have any methods to change the industrial system on Earth. On the signs, he was the only leader of the magic machine industry, so of course he had the qualifications to strictly set this standard. Or it could be said that when the New Flyer didn't have enough influence, although attached importance to this problem, he didn't have any methods to enforce it. There were even several magic machine companies that made their own standards. But now that the New Flyer's influence couldn't be compared to before, he would do everything he could to enforce the same standards. Especially for a small country like the Venice Duchy that signed a strategic partnership agreement with the New Flyer, he wouldn't allow their magic machine industry development to deviate from the norm. Even if the standards he set weren't the best, as long as they were all under the same standard, it would be much easier to change them in the future. For the Venice Duchy, although the New Flyer's requirements were a bit cumbersome and even rigid for a small country like them that had started their magic machine industry from scratch, the more detailed the New Flyer's requirements were, the better, because it would save them quite a bit of effort. Of course, the Venice Duchy, being this enthusiastic, even following the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's guidance to develop their magic machine industry, it was clear that it wasn't just for the convenience of the magic machine industry. Most of it was for the military magic machines. After receiving the high-end military magic machines from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce as a reward, Duke Venice quickly equipped the Venice Duchy's garrison with the help of the technical staff sent by the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. Adding in the magic repeating crossbows and small magic trebuchets that the New Flyer had sold them before, the Venice Duchy's garrison's battle strength instantly soared. The Venice Duchy that had their battle strength soared quickly became restless. When the spring breeze blew through every inch of the land of the Venice Duchy, bringing a trace of invigorating greenery to this not-so-vast land, the Venice Duchy suddenly launched an attack on the neighboring duchy to the northeast, the Duchy of Serene, which was also a small duchy. The Venice Duchy's garrison that was equipped with military magic machines far surpassed the army of the Serene Duchy that was still stuck in the Age of Swords. In less than a week, they had completely eliminated all the resistance in the Serene Duchy, even burying Duke Serene and his last loyal subordinates in the Serene Duchy's manor. The Serene Duchy was destroyed just like that. At the same time, the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom, that was 1,000 kilometers to the east of the Serene Duchy, sent out troops to attack the Tamitz Kingdom to the north after destroying the Kaki Duchy half a year ago. The Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom chose a kingdom as their opponent, so they naturally took a longer time to eliminate the Kaki Dukedom compared to the 3 days they spent to eliminate the Kaki Dukedom. However, from the time the Nosdormu Business Union Kingdom sent out troops to destroy the Tamit's kingdom. It only took a mere 23 days. Once this news was spread, it created an even bigger shock than the Venice Duchy destroying the Samarant Duchy in a single week. Although the Tamit's kingdom wasn't considered strong among the countries in the southeast corner of the continent, it was still a kingdom in the end and wasn't on the same level as a small duchy. It wasn't strange that the Nosdormu Business Union Kingdom could easily destroy the Kaki Duchy, but it was shocking that they could also easily destroy the Tamit's kingdom. It had to be known that the Nosdormu Business Union Kingdom had a strange structure and didn't have a high evaluation of their strength in the hearts of the countries in the southwest corner of Signs. These merchants might be quite rich, but the nature of merchants meant that this strange country couldn't be very strong because they couldn't centralize power. Facts prove that the Nosdormu Business Union Kingdom didn't have a clear centralization of power. This could be seen from the fact that the Kaki Duchy and the Tamit's kingdom only sent out the armed forces of a few merchant guilds and not the entire country. However, it was precisely because of this that people were even more fearful of the Nosdormu Business Union Kingdom's strength. If the armed forces of a few merchant guilds could destroy a kingdom, then how terrifying would it be if the armed forces of all 13 merchant guilds were mobilized? For a moment, the people of the several countries in the southwest corner of Signs were in a state of panic. They might not be afraid of the Venice Duchy, but they were filled with deep fear of the Nosdormu Business Union Kingdom. With the military strength that the Nosdormu Business Union Kingdom displayed, as well as the powerful economic strength that supported them, if they were determined to continue invading other countries, then no country could stop them from conquering. The situation in the southwest corner of Signs was originally calm, but because of the sudden actions of the Nosdormu Business Union Kingdom and the Venice Duchy, the situation instantly became tense. However, many people were very confused as to why these two countries would suddenly launch such a fierce attack. If it was only because of the large amount of military magic machines that the new flyers supported, then why didn't they patiently wait for a period of time and make their move after becoming stronger? Especially the Venice Duchy. They had clearly just cooperated with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and it hadn't even been a year, but they were in such a rush to invade other countries. Could it be that they weren't worried that the surrounding countries would be vigilant and would kill this potential enemy before they stabilized their strength? In any case, in the strategic cooperation agreement signed between the new flyer and the Venice Duchy, it didn't say that they would directly support the strategic partner in a war with other countries. Moreover, even if the new flyer wanted to support them, they were thousands of kilometers away from the new flight commerce main base. How could they support them? TSK, a bunch of naive fellows. Do they really think that we can't do anything to them just because they're thousands of kilometers away? John Sauron looked at the information on the thin piece of paper in his hand with eyes full of disdain. This was the third time he had come to the Venice Duchy to transport supplies in the past month. This time, he had only stayed in the Venice Duchy for 3 days, but he had already gathered a lot of information. This included the reactions of the various forces after the Venice Duchy invaded the Samarant Duchy. The adjutant of the fleet, Quincy Rachel, shook his head with a smile. There's no helping it. You can't expect a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins to understand the power of our guild. Of course, it's not strange for them to think that way. Even if it's our guild, it's still quite troublesome to support a target thousands of kilometers away. Moreover, the Venice Duchy attacked the Empire in such a hurry. The chairman definitely won't be satisfied. Whether or not he'll help them is a problem. Why wouldn't the chairman be satisfied? If it were up to me, the chairman would probably be very satisfied after hearing about this. Why? Quincy Rachel asked in surprise. The Venice Duchy isn't focusing on developing their domestic magic machine industry. Instead, they're in such a hurry to attack another country. The chairman definitely won't like their actions. Look carefully. Garn Sauron tapped on a map that was spread out on the table. The Wines Duchy chose their targets very carefully this time. Did you notice? Although the Samarant Duchy is smaller than the Venice Duchy and looks like a poor and pitiful duchy, if you pay attention, you'll find that it's still very valuable. Chapter 961. Quincy? Rachel looked at the map with knit brows, and his expression changed slightly. It's because of the iron mines in the Samarant Duchy. That's right. Jay and Sauron nodded with a smile. If it was up to me, this Grand Duke Venice has great foresight and is very decisive. He was able to determine that steel is the main material needed for the magic machine industry in such a short period of time, and immediately used the military magic machines we gave him to attack the Samarant Duchy. This really is worthy of admiration. Quincy? Rachel carefully looked at the map for a bit before slowly nodding. You're right. The Venice Duchy doesn't have any iron mines, and there aren't even many magic crystal mines. If they want to develop the magic machine industry, this natural condition will greatly restrict them. It just so happens that the Samaritan Duchy is rich in resources in this area. For Duke Venice to be so straightforward and take such a huge risk to attack the Samaritan Duchy, I have to say that he is very decisive. Not only that, I suspect that he is using this chance to show Sir Chairman his determination, even to force Sir Chairman to make a decision. Jay and Sauron said in a deep voice. What makes you think that? Quincy? Rachel was instantly stunned. Jay and Sauron? Sauron tapped his finger on the map that represented the Venice Duchy and said in a thoughtful voice, Quincy, you've seen Grand Duke Venice before. Do you think he's an impulsive person? No. He should be a very shrewd person no matter how you look at him. Rachel shook his head. Of course, this is the shrewdness that a Grand Duke should have. Then that's right. Jay and Sauron nodded. Although I admire him for being able to see that the core of the magic machine industry is to seize resources and having this kind of shocking ability to attack the Samarant Duchy, think about it carefully. With the Venice Duchy's current situation, he doesn't need to choose to do this right now. The more reliable method is to keep cooperating with our company and keep increasing the level of the magic machine industry, obtaining more and better military magic machines from our company. After slowly increasing his strength, he can make this move. After all, with the Venice Duchy's current situation, it isn't to the point where they need to start a war to steal resources, right? Quincy? Rachel was silent for a bit before giving a slight nod. That's right. But Garn, what do you mean by saying that he is deliberately forcing the president to make a decision? The Venice Duchy is one of the first batch of strategic partners we announced last time, and it's also the first country to pass our Level 2 magic machine industry standard. Therefore, it's a very important country for Mr. President to promote our strategic partners. Look, the president even rewarded them with a batch of high-grade military magic machines as encouragement. Clearly, he was looking at them in a new light. Therefore, I feel that the Grand Duke of Venice took such a drastic action on purpose. Because as the representative country of our Chamber of Commerce's plan, Sir President will definitely be biased towards them. Then do you think the president will support him? Rachel asked with a frown. I think with Sir President's temper, he might teach this kind of restless fellow an unforgettable lesson. Garn? Zorro smiled bitterly and shook his head slowly. No, I don't think so. I think the president had already expected this. The reason why he specially sent a batch of high-end military magic machines to the Wines Duchy as a reward was to support Grand Duke Wines in doing so. It can't be, Quincy? Rachel was very surprised. Hasn't Sir President always been a firm lover of peace? How could it be? Who told you that Sir President is a lover of peace? Garn glanced at him. Do you think a lover of peace would take the initiative to provoke the Magicians' Union headquarters? This, Quincy? Rachel's expression twitched. This can't be said that Sir President provoked us, right? It's clearly the Magicians' Union headquarters forcing our Chamber of Commerce, and Sir President had no choice but to fight back. But if Sir President was a lover of peace, this matter wouldn't have developed to this point, right? Garn spread his hands. Look, the Sorcerers' Guild has already shed all pretense of cordiality with our Chamber of Commerce. Many countries on the continent that have deep connections with the Sorcerers' Guild have also put our Chamber of Commerce on the list of unwelcome countries. Actually, sometimes I don't understand. It's impossible for Sir President to not know the consequences of doing this. But why is he still so determined to do this? Quincy? Rachel was silent for a while, then sighed softly and shook his head. We shouldn't make wild guesses about Sir President's thoughts. As subordinates, we just have to do our job. Garn? Sauron raised a finger and waved it in front of Quincy. Rachel waved his finger in front of him and laughed. Don't think that I'm criticizing Sir President behind his back. In fact, I admire Sir President's approach. If we can't shed all pretense of cordiality with the Sorcerer's Guild, how can our Chamber of Commerce snatch those precious magician resources from the Sorcerer's Guild? Don't you think so? Quincy? Rachel ignored Garn. Sauron glanced at him. All right, before you go crazy, I advise you to properly study the safety of our shipping routes. The Chamber of Commerce has issued the latest warning. According to the information, the Sorcerer's Guild has secretly colluded with some countries and secret organizations to cause trouble for our Chamber of Commerce. People like us who wander around outside should be the most vigilant. Garn. Sauron curled his lips in disdain. No matter how powerful the Sorcerer's Guild is, what can they do to us on the boundless seas? I don't believe that there are other fleets in this world that can resist the powerful attacks of our guard ships. Quincy? Rachel wanted to refute him, but he felt that he wasn't wrong. Because the guard fleet of the New Flyer was indeed invincible on the endless seas, there was nothing to worry about. So he just shook his head and didn't say anything else. The Venice Duchy was 3,000 kilometers away from the Principality of Constantine in a straight line and close to 4,000 kilometers on the sea. Although the magic boats of the New Flyer were very fast, it still took close to a week for a single trip. After the fleet left the harbor of the Venice Duchy, they headed into the deep sea before heading west 70 to 80 kilometers away from the coastline. The sea route developed by the New Flyer and the Camla Empire's fleet was currently limited to the southern seas of the Camla Empire and hadn't developed to this sea area yet. So this fleet needed to sail at least 1,000 kilometers before they could enter the sea route controlled by the New Flyer's magic signal and contact the New Flyer's guard fleet and the Camla Empire's fleet. Before this, they weren't that different from normal ships. They were like blind people on the endless seas, heading west based on their experience. This trip would last around 2 days, and the New Flyer's shipping department had warned them of danger, so the fleets of the company had to be more vigilant. But with the might of the New Flyer's guard ships, even if the New Flyer's fleet met pirates, they would easily take care of them and wouldn't encounter any danger at all. Over time, there weren't any pirates that dared to provoke the New Flyer's fleets, and it became easier for the fleet to sail on the endless seas. Now Quincy? Rachel reminded Garn. Sauron was only reminding them out of habit. He wasn't that vigilant. Actually, he didn't care about the possible threat from the Sorcerer's Guild. After all, this was the endless seas. Could it be that the Sorcerer's Guild could send a large group of magicians to attack them? However, on the second morning of the voyage, the facts proved that anything was possible in this world. Damn, how could the other side have this many magicians? Moreover, they're all high-grade magicians. Looking at the dozen odd, huge wooden ships on the opposite side that were constantly shooting out colorful and powerful magic spells that looked extraordinarily powerful, Garn? The veins on Sauron's forehead popped out. These guys are definitely not ordinary pirates. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a few magic bullets hit the hull of the ship and made a deafening explosion, even though they were separated by a few cabins, Garn. Sauron could clearly feel the terrifying power of these few magic bullets and couldn't help but feel even more irritated. He thought that they had just met a group of pirates who didn't have eyes, but who knew that the other ship could release so many high-grade magicians in one breath. It was obvious that there were high-grade magicians on the other ship, and it wasn't just one. There should be a dozen or even dozens of them. Although magicians weren't particularly rare on the signs, high-grade magicians who could use high-grade magicians were very rare. It was already quite good for a pirate group to have a few low-grade magicians, and it was almost impossible to have a high-grade magician, let alone dozens of high-grade magicians in one breath. So Garn, Sauron was sure that the other side were definitely not pirates, but more likely the army of a country. Quincy? Rachel's face was dignified and said in a deep voice, "Garn, do you think that the other side is sent by the Magicians' Union headquarters?" Garn? Sauron was startled. No way. The Magicians' Union headquarters wouldn't be so shameless, right? They actually dared to directly attack our caravan. Aren't they afraid that this matter will spread and the Sorcerers' Guild's reputation will be lost? If we all die here, then no one will know what happened, Quincy said, shaking his head. Rachel said with a serious expression, "Bah, who the F***CK wants to die here?" Sauron spat hard. "It's just some high-grade magicians. Although our fleet's configuration isn't as abnormal as the guards who can even take down a high-grade magician, it's not a problem to deal with some high-grade magicians. The Sorcerer's Guild, doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do they really think that they can solve everything by mastering magic? Let's teach them a lesson this time." Quincy? Rachel thought for a moment and nodded. Her expression relaxed. "Yes, with the speed of our fleet, they won't be able to catch up with us. If they send a magician to attack, with the firepower of the frigate, there's no need to worry. Moreover, the hardness of our hull is far beyond their imagination. So, as long as it's not a high-grade magician, we won't be in danger." Quincy? Rachel's voice came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened as he stared straight ahead, his face filled with terror. "Garn?" Sauron was stunned and also looked into the distance. He saw a figure slowly rising from the opposite ship. The space around the figure seemed to be in a state of chaos, making people feel dizzy, but they couldn't help but be deeply attracted and unwilling to look away. This strange situation was clearly the appearance of space magic. The two were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other and gently sighed at the same time. "No way." Chapter 962. Suyi's face was dark as he stared at the stack of documents on the table in front of him, as his eyes filled with rage that he couldn't suppress at all. This stack of documents was the reports from the various branches of the New Flyer in the past month. There were a total of 13 reports, and each one represented an incident that had occurred under the name of the New Flyer. Among these incidents, there were caravans being attacked by bandits, offices being robbed by bandits, people dying in accidents, and etc. Among these incidents, the one that caught Suyi's attention the most and caused the most losses were the 3 consecutive reports of the transport fleets being attacked. Objectively speaking, the New Flyer was a large company with offices in most of the signs and in countless places, so it wasn't strange for them to meet some accidents each month. After all, the continent was still in the Middle Ages of Earth, so whether it was communication, public security, or social order, it couldn't compare to Earth's modern civilization. But before this, the New Flyer had never met more than 10 accidents in a single month. This frequency was just too dense. If it was before the New Flyer had made a name for themselves on the continent, it wasn't strange for their caravans to be robbed and their subordinates to meet accidents. But now that the New Flyer had become a famous company in the signs, who would dare to provoke them? Moreover, what really caught Suyi's attention and vigilance were the 3 consecutive attacks on the transport fleets. Although the pirates on the endless seas had been mostly cleared out by the New Flyer's guard fleet and the Kamla Empire's fleet, the endless seas were still endless. So in order to prevent any accidents, the New Flyer's fleet would be equipped with a certain amount of defense each time they went out to sea. Even the large transport magic ships were equipped with military magic machines in case of emergencies. With the power of the New Flyer's military magic machines and the magic ships that were completely made of steel, surpassing the technology of the signs, it was impossible for normal naval forces to do anything to the New Flyer's transport fleet. However, in the 3 reports that came back, it clearly stated that the New Flyer's transport fleet had been attacked 3 times, and they had suffered heavy losses each time. There were even 2 large transport magic ships and 5 magic ships that had been damaged. According to the information provided by the crew members who managed to escape, the reason why the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet couldn't stop the enemy's attack was because not only were there large amounts of high-grade magicians, there were even great magicians. Great magicians? Su-Yi gritted his teeth as they made ear-gritting sounds, as his eyes filled above them filled with endless flames of rage. Good. Very good. These damn fellows, I thought that they would have some scruples, but I never thought that I would have underestimated them. These fellows, they are more than 10 times more shameless than I thought. Steele and Minter Carmilla, sitting in front of Sue, looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to say to comfort Sue. After being silent for a bit, Steele said in a thoughtful voice, Sue, you don't need to rush to a conclusion. This might not be done by the Magicians' Union headquarters. They shouldn't be that shameless, right? That isn't certain. The one who retorted wasn't Sue E., but rather Minter Carmilla on the side. He looked at Sue E. before looking at Steele with a dark and serious expression. Steele, you are still young. You don't know that those fellows from the Magicians' Union headquarters are shameless people who could do anything for their own greed. What Sue E. did this time could be said to have shaken their foundation, so it's not surprising that they would retaliate like this. And in my opinion, this is just a warning to Sue E. Just a warning. Steele opened her mouth in surprise and pointed at the thick stack of reports on the table. She thought that just from these 13 reports, there were already more than 400 casualties, and the direct loss to New Flyer was more than 700,000 gold coins. If this was just a warning, then what would happen if it wasn't a warning? Thinking of this, Steele couldn't help but worry. She hesitated and turned to Sue E. Sue E. Actually, I think the Magicians' Union headquarters can cooperate, as long as you. Seeing Sue Yi's eyes, Steele wisely shut her mouth. Sue Yi silently looked at Steele for a moment, then suddenly sighed and slowly shook his head. Steele, you still don't understand. This is not a personal grudge between me and the Sorcerer's Guild. It's not even a difference in ideology. It's the most fundamental conflict of interests, so there is no possibility of reconciliation. No way. Even if you want all the magicians on this continent to devote themselves to the magic industry, the Sorcerer's Guild would be more than happy to see that happen. Why do we have to oppose each other? Steele's face was full of confusion. I think if both sides are willing to cooperate seriously, it's actually good for everyone. Sue E. curled his lips and turned to look at Minter Carmilla. Grandpa, do you think it's possible for us to cooperate? Minter Carmilla shook her head without hesitation. Impossible, unless you give the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to them. Sue, he spread out his hands. I obviously can't give New Flyer to them. It's not because I don't want to, but because I don't trust them. I don't believe that if I give them a magic industry that is basically on the right track, they will develop it properly. So you see, Sue E. turned to look at Steele. This is an irreconcilable conflict between us, so there can't be a real cooperation. But I still think there's hope, as long as both sides take a step back. I've already given them a chance, but you must have seen the reaction of the Magicians' Union headquarters. They won't allow their thousands of years of control over the magicians on this continent to weaken even a little bit. They already treat all the magicians as their private property, so there is no possibility for us to cooperate at all. Speaking of this, Sue, he lowered his head and looked at the stack of documents on the table. His face became even more gloomy. If I still had fantasies about them before than now, I finally understand that it's impossible to peacefully snatch the bone from their mouths. Now that they have made us pay with blood, then, I have to let them taste the taste of blood. Steele's eyelids twitched, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Sue, you can't be thinking of starting a war with the Sorcerer's Guild, right? This is too dangerous. Can you calm down first and think about it? This time, even Minter Carmilla no longer supported Sue E. She frowned and said, Sue E., I understand your feelings and your considerations, but are you sure you want to do this? Don't tell me you've forgotten what I reminded you about some time ago. Sue E. looked at Minter Carmilla, and the smile on his face suddenly became a little strange. Grandpa, please come with me to see something. After you see it, you shouldn't be so worried anymore. Minter Carmilla looked at Sue E. inexplicably. She thought that this kid obviously knew that she reminded him of the threat from the Magister. But now, he said that he wanted to take her to see something. What could solve the threat posed by the Magister? Watching Sue, E, and Minter Carmilla walk out together, Steele's eyebrows furrowed deeply. They walked towards the New Flyer Guard training base in the northwest corner of the New Flight Commerce main base. She had known Sue, E for more than 10 years. This was the first time that she had seen Sue, E truly angry. I hope that nothing terrible will happen. #, the Sunset Mountains were a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of kilometers in the northeast of the Kanla Empire's Tagna province. It intersected with the Northeast province and was used as the dividing line between the two provinces. Because this mountain range had the only mountain path that led directly from the Tagna province to the Northeast province, there were two human towns on both sides of the mountain range. The town in the Tagna province was called Lalor. Although it was only a small town, because it was located on an important road, many traveling merchants and tourists would pass through here. There were a lot of people moving around all year round. And because many caravans could only pass through here, countless bandits gathered in the Sunset Mountains outside of Lalor town. They would often rob the passing caravans. Although the Kanla Empire's government, the governor's office of the Tagna province, and the town of Lalor town would occasionally launch a crusade against these bandits. Because of the complicated terrain of the Sunset Mountains, these bandits would randomly drill into the Sunset Mountains to hide. There was no way to pursue them, so they could only leave the matter unsettled every time. After a long time, the Kanla Empire's government could only turn a blind eye to these bandits. Apart from reminding the passing caravans to be more careful, they couldn't do anything else. And just half a month ago, when a caravan was passing through the Sunset Canyon, they were robbed by bandits. The entire caravan was wiped out with no survivors. Originally, this was a very common matter for the people of Lalor town and the Sunset Mountains. Apart from mentioning it after a meal, it wouldn't cause too much of commotion. But this time, the robbery of this caravan attracted everyone's attention. There was only one reason, and that was that this caravan belonged to the New Flyer. At that time, this New Flyer caravan was ordered to transport a batch of magic machines to the Northeast province. But before they could enter the Sunset Canyon, they were collectively robbed by a large group of bandits. Although the New Flyer caravan had hired many guards with decent fighting strength, there were simply too many bandits. In the end, they couldn't resist, and all of them died in battle. The robbery this time made everyone very puzzled. For bandits, robbing a caravan was of course for benefits. Even if it wasn't for the daily necessities of the caravan, it was for the precious goods that they could steal and sell for money. The goods of the New Flyer caravan couldn't be considered worthless, but these goods were a batch of agricultural magic machines destined for the Northeast province. The bandits had no use for them at all, and because of the uniqueness of these goods, they couldn't sell them at all, so there was no meaning in robbing them. Not to mention that most bandits weren't crazy people who were bloodthirsty, so they wouldn't kill people unless it was a special situation. However, the bandits had completely wiped out the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's caravan, not leaving a single person alive. This really was a bit too much. In short, this robbery incident was filled with all kinds of doubts and puzzles. Even after half a month, it was still a hot topic in the taverns of Lalor town. Moreover, because of the series of events that happened after this robbery, it attracted even more attention than the robbery itself. Chapter 963. Generally speaking, if a caravan was robbed in the Kanla Empire or even wiped out, it would be reported to the officials of the Kanla Empire. If the caravan belonged to a company under the Kanla Empire, then the procedure was simple. First, they would report to the Kanla Empire and see if they would investigate, or how hard they would investigate. But if the caravan belonged to a company outside the Kanla Empire, then the situation would be a little more complicated. If the Chamber of Commerce belonged to a Chamber of Commerce that wasn't very powerful and wasn't very famous, then the final outcome would most likely be that the attack on the caravan would be left unsettled, and the Chamber of Commerce could only blame themselves for being unlucky. And if the company that joined had a deeper background, then the officials of the Kanla Empire would decide the degree of punishment based on the severity of the incident and the attitude of the company or country behind it. For example, if the caravan came from the Malur Empire and was one of the 3 largest companies in the Malur Empire, and had the backing of the officials of the Malur Empire, then once such an incident happened in the Kanla Empire, even if the relationship between the Malur Empire and the Kanla Empire wasn't harmonious, the officials of the Kanla Empire would definitely investigate this matter and give the Malur Empire a complete explanation. However, the situation of the new flyer caravan was rather special. The new flyer came from the Principality of Constantine. The Principality of Constantine was a completely unremarkable country in the signs and naturally couldn't pressure the officials of the Kanla Empire because of its background. But this caravan belonged to the new flyer. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce was a very special company on the Signs continent. With their special magic machines, or rather military magic machines, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had received the attention of all the countries on the continent in just a few years. Even if the Kanla Empire didn't have a good relationship with New Flyer on the surface, they were secretly cooperating in many ways. So the officials of the Kanla Empire attached great importance to New Flyer, paying close attention to the activities of New Flyer in the Kanla Empire. But this time, a caravan that belonged to the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had been completely wiped out by bandits. This wasn't a normal matter. Not to mention that this caravan was transporting a batch of agricultural magic machines that the Frestac Chamber of Commerce was sending to the Northeast Province. This was a new batch of goods that the Northeast Province had ordered to promote their agricultural magic machines, so it was very important. Now that the caravan had been attacked and all the people had been killed, the agricultural magic machines worth over 200,000 gold coins had disappeared, so it naturally created a large stir. After this matter, the New Flyers Wimbledon City office immediately reported this to the Kanla Empire and strongly requested that the culprits be investigated. Not only did they have to take back the agricultural magic machines, they also had to punish the arrogant bandits. The Kanla Empire's officials also attached great importance to this matter. They immediately ordered the Tagna province's governor's manor and Laertown's manor to help investigate this matter. However, after a week of investigation, even the small town of Laer had specially sent out a garrison of 200 people to cooperate with a group of mercenaries to search the Sunset Mountain Range, but they still didn't find any results. So the Kanla Empire's officials were forced to announce that the bandits had escaped the Setting Sun Mountains and they could only investigate in the future. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that this meant that the Kanla Empire's officials had given up on investigating this matter. The New Flyer could only consider themselves unlucky. However, the New Flyer didn't plan on giving up. Rather, they used various channels to send notices to the Kanla Empire's representatives, which are the Tagna province's governor's manor and the Laertown's manor, urging them to investigate. They said that they wouldn't allow this matter to be left unsettled. This attitude naturally attracted the dissatisfaction of the Tagna province's governor's manor and the Laertown's manor. Although they said that they would investigate this matter on the surface, they had actually given up on investigating this matter. When the people of Laertown and the merchants discussed this matter, they couldn't help feeling a bit of ridicule towards the New Flyer. There were bandits all over the continent. So even if it was as strong as the Kanla Empire, it was impossible for them to investigate every single robbery. The fact that the Kanla Empire's officials could give the New Flyer a positive response was already enough of an importance. Yet, the New Flyer still wanted to be so unforgiving. They simply didn't know what was good for them. Hey, don't you think that the New Flyer thinks too highly of themselves? Didn't they just rely on those new things like magic machines to earn a bit of money? Do they really think that they are on equal footing with our Kanla Empire? A large number of the king's merchants and mercenaries were gathered in the largest tavern in Laertown. Among them, a rough mercenary was drinking in large mouthfuls while letting out extremely mocking laughter. Hearing his words, the surrounding customers all laughed loudly in unison. Most of the people present had long experience as merchants. They were already familiar with the bandits' attacks and didn't think that it was a big deal at all. Not to mention the Kanla Empire, even if it was anywhere on the continent, the first thing to do when bandits attacked was to protect one's own life. As for relying on the local country's power to chase down the bandits and recover the lost goods, that was only possible when one's luck was off the charts. Therefore, Most of the people present were convinced that the best thing for the new flyer to do was to admit that they were unlucky and stop harassing the Canla Empire's officials. Otherwise, if they made those officials unhappy, the safety of the new flyer's caravans in the Canla Empire's territory would be even more difficult to guarantee. TSK, they're just a bunch of nouveau riche from a small place like the Principality of Constantine. Of course, they don't have much foresight. Another mercenary laughed loudly. When he realized that he had attracted everyone's attention, he put on a mysterious expression. I've heard that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's caravan wasn't the only one that was attacked. Other than this, just in our Kandra Empire, there were 3 other Frestec Chamber of Commerce caravans that were attacked in the past month. Similarly, the people were all killed and the goods were all gone. The originally noisy tavern immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then, a few other people spoke out to prove the mercenaries' words. That's right. I also heard that something happened in another country in the past 1 or 2 months. Yeah, I also heard that New Flyer's offices were attacked in 2 places. It said that the patrols were also heavily damaged. That's not all. I also heard that New Flyer's fleets were attacked one after another. The losses were even more exaggerated. That can't be. Isn't the New Flyer's fleet not even a match for our Canla Empire's fleet? Who can deal with them at sea? I'm not sure, but I heard that a very powerful mage personally took action. No matter how strong New Flyer's fleet is against a great mage. Oh, not to mention a great mage. Even if they met a high mage, it wouldn't be much use, right? Yeah, that's true. The tavern instantly fell into a lively discussion. For almost all the merchants on the continent, New Flyer could be said to be a miracle. This small company that no one cared about before had made a fortune in the Lampuri Kingdom. But in just 10 years, it had developed into a famous large company on the Signs continent. Moreover, they had military magic machines that all the countries would drool over, becoming an important company on the continent. During this process, it had not encountered any difficulties, and its development had been very smooth. This made the other merchants envious, but at the same time, they were also deeply jealous. Of course, they didn't have the ability to do anything to New Flyer, but when they heard that something had happened to New Flyer, they couldn't help but gloat. Sigh. Actually, this isn't a good thing, is it? A calm middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded. Even a famous merchant like New Flyer was robbed, and those big shots didn't care. If small merchants like us were robbed, no one would care if we lived or died. Hearing this voice, the tavern instantly quieted down. Half of the people in the tavern were merchants, while the other half were mercenaries. It was very likely that they would come into contact with bandits on the road. The mercenaries might hope that encountering bandits would allow them to earn some extra money, but the merchants didn't want to encounter those damned bandits at all. With something like this happening to New Flyer, it certainly satisfied their gloating, but when they thought about the attitude of the Empire's officials towards bandits, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. That's right. If a large merchant like New Flyer didn't care, who would care about small merchants like them? When the tavern fell into an indescribable silence, there was suddenly a shadow that came from outside. It came in through the windows of the tavern and turned the tavern into a dark environment. Everyone turned to look in a daze before crying out in shock at the same time. In the sky outside the tavern, there were giant black clouds that slowly floated by. They were very low to the ground and looked very powerful. Some mercenaries with better eyesight looked carefully and found that these weren't black clouds, but rather giant iron monsters. They couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. Oh my God, what are these things? A mercenary looked at the sky for a while before suddenly shouting out, I know, these are magic airships. They are New Flyer's magic airships. Everyone was stunned. New Flyer's magic airships? Could it be that New Flyer sent people? Chapter 964. After being stunned for a while, someone in the tavern shouted loudly, and then a group of people all ran out like a mob. The New Flyer's magic airships. Everyone had heard of them before, but there were only a few people who had personally seen them. Now that they were able to see this legendary overlord of the skies in a small town in the center of the Canla Empire, they were filled with curiosity. When they were in the tavern, everyone could only see large amounts of dark clouds in the sky. But when they really ran out of the tavern and looked into the sky, everyone could feel the incomparably powerful pressure and deterrence that the magic airships had. The magic airships flew several hundred meters above everyone's heads. This height wasn't too high, but it wasn't too low either. It was a height that normal people couldn't reach, but it allowed them to clearly see the existence of the magic airships. Some people with good eyesight could even see the appearance of the magic airships. With this giant thing flying over their heads, it naturally gave the people on the ground endless pressure. It even made people feel like the sky was closing in on them. Heavenly gods! Was this thing really made by the new flyer? The people on the ground couldn't help calling out in surprise. Yes, such a terrifying thing. Could it be that it isn't something that only gods can control? Are there really humans on it? The new flyer could actually make such a shocking thing. This is too terrifying. No, the new flyer must have obtained the inheritance of a demon. This thing definitely doesn't belong to humans. The magic airships didn't seem fast, but they were actually very fast. They had clearly just flown over Lallertown, but they were already in the sky. When people thought that these magic airships that had suddenly appeared were just passing by, they found that the 10 magic airships that had flown over slowly stopped and began to slowly descend from the horizon. Seeing this scene, everyone was a bit stunned. This was the center of the Kamla Empire. It was the center of the empire. Why did the new flyers send out these shocking magic airships? There was the sound of galloping horse hooves that came from behind them. Everyone looked back in surprise and saw a group of cavalry charging out from the north side of the town. They followed the road to the east and headed in the direction the magic airship had landed in. These cavalrymen clearly belonged to Lallertown's official light cavalry brigade, because the knight leading them was clearly Viscount Sosk's nephew, Maury. After the light cavalry led by Mo lay left, there were several hundred fully armed soldiers from the Lallertown manor that came from the north in a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 horses, also charging in the direction of the magic airship landing. This carriage had the insignia of House Sasko on it. It was clearly Viscount Sasko's carriage. A moment later, dust billowed as Maury's light cavalry brigade and Viscount Sosk's heavy armored brigade disappeared at the end of the road, leaving behind the mayor and a bunch of merchants and mercenaries who had come to watch the show. They looked at each other in confusion. This was too strange. Based on how Maury's light cavalry and Viscount Sosk's heavy armored soldiers were rushing over, it was clear that they weren't prepared for the arrival of the new flyer's magic airship, so they were a bit rushed and flustered. This meant that the new flyer fellows had suddenly arrived without notifying the Lallertown officials. This really was too surprising. It had to be known that this was the center of the Kamla Empire, and the new flyer wasn't a company that belonged to the Kamla Empire. For these people to suddenly come here, strictly speaking, it could be considered an invasion of the Kamla Empire. It was no wonder Viscount Sosk was this nervous. As the highest official here, if he didn't react to the foreign armed forces, who would believe that the 10 magic airships of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce weren't armed at all and were just wandering around, casually invading the Empire's territory, he would definitely be executed. Viscount Sosk's reaction was even more intense. He even brought out all the armed forces in Lallertown and assumed a stance as if he was going to deal with the situation at the highest level. When the light cavalry and heavy armored soldiers disappeared at the end of the road, the people in the town looked at each other. Several mercenaries suddenly jumped onto their horses and charged off in that direction. If nothing unexpected happened, something big was about to happen today. It wouldn't be worth it if they didn't come out to watch the show. With someone leading the way, almost all the mercenaries in the town followed. After some merchants considered it, they also followed. As merchants, they had to care about everything that happened on the continent because there were business opportunities hidden in everything. Not to mention that this time it might be a direct conflict between the new flyer and the Kamla Empire, so it had even more value. So after a while, the lively Lallertown had lost most of its people. Rather, on the road to the setting sun valley in the northeast, there were countless clouds of dust. Among these people, The first to arrive was, of course, M.O. Lay and the Lairtown Manor's light cavalry brigade he led. When they could see the setting sun valley in the distance, M.O. Lay finally caught up to the 10 magic airships that had already landed. At this time, the doors of the 10 magic airships were all open, and there were people wearing the uniform of the new flyer carrying things out of the magic airships. Seeing the strange things these people were wearing, he could tell that they weren't toys with a single glance. Then he saw the fierce-looking large machines they were carrying out of the magic airships. M.O. Lay couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. He and his uncle Viscount Sosk were only guessing before, but now that he saw these people and these strange machines, he was certain. These people were definitely the guards of the new flyer, and what they were carrying were all kinds of powerful military magic machines. As for the thick steel pipes that had appeared in the open space, it was very likely that they were the famous magic cannons. But the problem was, why did the guards of the new flyer suddenly come here for? Why did they bring these incomparably powerful magic cannons here for? After hesitating a bit, M.O. Lay calmed himself and urged his horse over. However, after taking 2 steps, the 2 guards of the new flyer suddenly moved. They raised a strange cylindrical object that they pointed at M.O. Lay and said in a low voice, "The new flyer guards are currently on duty. Unrelated people are not allowed to approach." M.O. Lay was surprised before flying into a rage. This was the territory of the Kamla Empire. These fellows who came from other places actually dared to say unrelated people are not allowed to approach to him. After looking over these people, M.O. Lay suppressed his rage. He cleared his throat and said to the 2 new flyer guards in a deep voice, "I'm the commander of the Kamla Empire's Lairtown in the Tagra province, M.O. Lay Sosk, the highest military officer in this area. You are the guards of the new flyer? Why did you suddenly come here? Did you receive the approval of the Empire?" The 2 new flyer guards still pointed their weapons at M.O. Lay, but they didn't say a single word. M.O. Lay's heart filled with rage as he pointed at the 2 of them and shouted, "I'm warning you. This is the territory of the Empire. If you enter without approval and even hold weapons, I will treat you as an armed intruder according to the laws of the Empire and arrest you. If you dare resist, you will be killed on the spot." The 2 new flyer guards didn't move at all, like they didn't hear him at all. M.O. Lay deeply knit his brows and raised his right hand, preparing to give the order to attack. According to the Empire's defense order, he had to do this, but seeing the military magic machines on the other side and the terrifying-looking magic cannons on the ground, he couldn't help hesitating. If these people really were the guards of the new flyer, and their battle strength was as terrifying as the rumors of the Empire's nobles said, then with the 100 light cavalry soldiers he brought, they would only be throwing their lives away if they charged forward. But if he didn't do anything, as the highest military officer in this area, he would be the first to be sent to the gallows by the Empire's army headquarters. Damn, I don't believe that these new flyer fellows will dare attack the army of the Empire in the territory of the Empire. M.O. Lay's heart was conflicted for a while before he gritted his teeth. When he was about to wave his hand and give the order to attack, there was the sound of rushed footsteps that came from behind him. M.O. Lay's expression relaxed. He turned around and saw Viscount Sosk and the heavy armored infantry he was leading. Viscount Sosk's luxurious horse carriage charged to M.O. Lay's side. The door opened and Viscount Sosk's slightly fat body jumped out of the horse carriage, creating a cloud of dust on the ground. He looked over the situation in front of him before looking at M.O. Lay. He gave a slight nod and adjusted the expression on his face. With a faint smile, he walked over to the new flyer guards. The 2 Frestac Chamber of Commerce guards with their weapons raised saw Viscount Sosk come over, so they raised their weapons again. Viscount Sosk stopped and looked around before asking with a smile, "I'm the eldest son of Lairtown. May I ask who is in charge of this operation?" The 2 Frestac Chamber of Commerce guards didn't have any expressions, but there was a figure that came out of the magic airship to greet them. Seeing the other side react, Viscount Sosk's heart relaxed. As long as the other side was willing to discuss, everything was easy. However, when he saw the appearance of the person who came out, his expression couldn't help changing as his expression became ugly again. Chapter 965. When Viscount Sosk received the news that the new flyer's magic airship had suddenly appeared, he immediately understood that the new flyer was definitely looking for trouble this time. The normal citizens didn't know the reason, but as the mayor of Town, he was very clear that because the new flyer's transport convoy had been wiped out in the setting sun mountains without a single survivor, the new flyer was putting a lot of pressure on the Kanla Empire. Actually, if it was a normal company or a company from another country that had an accident in the Kanla Empire, the Kanla Empire would at most give a perfunctory response and wouldn't care at all. But the new flyer wasn't a normal company. Even if the relationship between the Kanla Empire and the new flyer was a bit awkward or even hostile in the past 2 years, because the new flyer's military magic machines had become more and more powerful, the Kanla Empire had no choice but to face the new flyer and take the initiative to cooperate with the new flyer. After cooperating, the Kanla Empire found that the importance of the new flyer wasn't just in terms of military magic machines. In terms of civilian magic machines other than the military magic machines, the various inventions of the new flyer were even more important, helping the Kanla Empire solve many important problems. So as time passed, even the most stubborn southern province's Governor Duke Windsor, who opposed the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce, the most was forced to put down his face and secretly cooperate with the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce. The entire Kanla Empire realized the benefits that the new flyer brought to the empire, so there was more and more demand for cooperation between the empire and the new flyer. When something happened to the new flyer's caravan in the setting sun mountains, the new flyer immediately put pressure on the Kanla Empire, with the most direct pressure falling on Viscount Sosk. However, Viscount Sosk didn't know much about the situation of the bandits in the setting sun mountain range. He didn't have any clues about the attack on the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce's caravan, so it was impossible for him to give an answer in a short period of time. After a long time, the upper echelons of the empire also knew about the situation, so they didn't force Viscount Sosk and gave the new flyer a perfunctory explanation. It said that in order to satisfy the new flyer, the upper echelons of the empire even gave them preferential conditions. Just based on this, it could be seen how much importance the Kanla Empire placed on the new flyer. But the new flyer refused to agree, insisting on the investigation results of the Kanla Empire. The new flyer's strong attitude finally angered some of the upper echelons of the empire, so both sides parted on bad terms. Viscount Sosk thought that this matter would end here, because whether it was the Kanla Empire or the new flyer, they clearly needed to cooperate with the other side. A small problem like this wouldn't stop their cooperation. Although the new flyer had suffered a loss this time, they could only accept it in the end. After all, the Kanla Empire was one of the 2 empires above the signs, so for any company, they weren't willing to give up this market. However, Viscount Sosk had finally escaped from this matter and had only relaxed for a few days when he received the shocking news that the new flyer's magic airship was flying over. Viscount Sosk was certain that he didn't receive any notice about this ahead of time. This meant that the new flyer didn't apply to the Kanla Empire for this operation at all and acted on their own. For a company from another country like the new flyer to send people into the Kanla Empire's territory was a serious crime. It wasn't something that the Kanla Empire could tolerate at all. But Viscount Sosk was very clear that this matter couldn't be blown up, otherwise the weak cooperation between the new flyer and the Kanla Empire might collapse. It could be imagined what kind of influence this would have on the Kanla Empire. It wasn't something a small viscount like him could take on. So even if he had sent all his soldiers over as soon as he received the news, he didn't have any plans to make a move at all. First, it was because he didn't dare take the responsibility of exchanging fire. Second, he definitely couldn't beat them. Just a few hundred soldiers, it was impossible for them to be a match for the new Flyers Guards who were equipped with the most advanced military magic machines. This was something that Viscount Sosk was very clear on. When he saw the fierce-looking magic cannons on the ground, he was even more certain of this. So his goal was to have a peaceful discussion. But when he saw the person who came out of the new flyer, he instantly cut off half of this thought. Because this person wasn't a human, but rather an elf. All the humans on the signs, or rather all the races knew that the elves were the most stubborn race on the continent. there was no other race that could compare. If the commander sent by the new flyer for this strange mission was a human, Viscount Sosk would have 100 methods to convince them to sit down and talk. But the commander this time was an elf, so his 100 methods wouldn't work at all. Viscount Sosk squeezed out a smile as he watched the male elf wearing the uniform of the new flyer's guards come over. He gave a cough and deliberately said in a very serious voice, "Are you the new flyer's guards? Why did you suddenly come here?" He didn't mention anything about illegally entering the country or privately carrying weapons at all. The male elf looked over Viscount Sosk and didn't plan on replying at all. He coldly said, "Human, this matter isn't related to you. I hope that you can immediately leave with your subordinates." Viscount Sosk took a deep breath. He thought that this elf in front of him really was the same as the elves in the legends. He didn't give him a chance to talk at all. After pausing, Viscount Sosk asked with a serious look, "Your actions this time, were you ordered by Chairman Sue?" The male elf was still expressionless. "This has nothing to do with you. Human, leave immediately. This is my last warning." Viscount Sosk's expression froze. After taking a deep breath, he quickly said, "No matter what, I have to remind you, you are now in the territory of the Canla Empire. If you act rashly, as an official of the Empire, I have to respond. Although my subordinates, and I might not be a match for you, this is my duty. Also, all of your actions are within the Empire's control, so please consider carefully." The male elf coldly stared at Viscount Sosk for a while before speaking again. "We are here in the chairman's orders to exterminate bandits. This has nothing to do with you." Seeing that the other party was finally willing to negotiate, Viscount Sosk let out a sigh of relief. "You're here to investigate the robbery of your merchant caravan?" "Yes." The male elf nodded. "The chairman said that since the Canla Empire can't solve this problem, the new flyer will solve it ourselves." Viscount Sosk gave a bitter laugh in his heart. It wasn't that the Empire didn't want to solve this problem, but rather that the Empire couldn't. The Setting Sun Mountain Range was just too complicated and there were many bandits, so they couldn't obtain enough information at all. The only information they could use was the agricultural magic machines that had been stolen by the bandits. But it was like these agricultural magic machines had disappeared and there weren't any clues at all, which really was something that no one would have expected. Thinking of this, Viscount Sosk was stunned. This was because he suddenly remembered that the male elf had said, "Exterminate bandits," and not "search for bandits." Viscount Sosk's heart skipped a beat as he asked in a voice filled with disbelief, "Could it be that you've grasped the whereabouts of the bandits?" The male elf looked at Viscount Sosk for a while, as if he was considering if he should tell him this information or not. After a while, he nodded. "Yes, we've already grasped the precise location of the bandits. This time we came to exterminate them." "That is impossible." Viscount Sosk couldn't help shouting. If this male elf said that he had grasped the whereabouts of the bandits, he could barely believe it. But he actually said that he had grasped the precise location of the bandits. This really was too unbelievable. If nothing unexpected happened, the bandits should still be in the Setting Sun Mountain Range. But the Setting Sun Mountain Range was this big, and the terrain was this complicated. He had searched the mountains with the elites sent by the governor's manor before, but they didn't find any clues. How could the new flyer's guards have grasped the situation? Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that the new flyer had some special methods. For example, they had placed some special magic runes on the agricultural magic machines. However, this was even more shocking. Why did the new flyer do this? It had to be known that the agricultural magic machines were sent to the Northeast province. So what was the goal of the new flyer in doing this? Thinking of the deeper meaning behind this, Viscount Sosk couldn't help falling into silence. At this time, there was a beeping sound that came from the male elf. Viscount Sosk looked at him in surprise as he saw him raise his right hand. There was a square metal box in his hand, and he spoke into the metal box. "Vote number 3. What have you found?" Vote number 3 reports that the target is still in the same valley as last time. They haven't moved. "Very good. What is the situation around them?" "According to our observations, there are no random people around the valley." "All right. Now report the position and distance." According to the results, The target is at 10 o'clock and 6 degrees to the north. The distance is between 3, 7, and 3, 9 kilometers. Received. Continue observing. If there are any abnormalities, report back immediately. Understood. Viscount Sask watched the male elf end the call in a daze before turning to give an order. The 10 magic cannons on the ground all turned and pointed to the northwest. How are you planning on exterminating the bandits? The male elf ignored Viscount Sask's question, and after being silent for a bit, he suddenly raised his right hand and said in a soft voice, "Attack." The 10 magic cannons released dazzling magic light at the same time before 10 flames came out of the magic cannons, disappearing into the sky to the northwest. Viscount Sask watched the light disappear into the setting sun mountains in a daze. After being stunned for a bit, an incomparably strong light exploded from the setting sun mountains in the distance, just like the sun suddenly rising. After a while, there were giant explosions that sounded like thunder that even the ground under their feet began to tremble. Viscount Sask, Mori, and their subordinates were all stunned as they looked at the setting sun mountains in the distance. They were incomparably shocked to find that with the appearance of the light, the mountains covered in the light suddenly melted and a layer was cut off. Chapter 966. The actions of the new flyer guards in Lallertown were spread to countless countries and regions of the signs through the mouths of countless mercenaries and merchants. Most people's first reaction to this news was that the new flyer was crazy. What kind of place was Lallertown? That was the territory of the Kamla Empire. Heavens above. The Kamla Empire was one of the 2 most powerful empires on this continent. Strictly speaking, even the Malar Empire was slightly inferior to the Kamla Empire in terms of overall strength. Because of this, the Kamla Empire had always been high above the other countries in the signs. It had always been them stirring up trouble in other countries. When was it the turn of others to stir up trouble in the territory of the Kamla Empire? Moreover, this time, it was only a mere merchant that stirred up trouble in the territory of the Kamla Empire. Even if this merchant was the new flyer that had recently gained the attention of the entire continent and received the attention of almost every country, the new flyer had dispatched its own guards to launch an attack in the territory of the Kamla Empire. Moreover, it was an action without the official approval of the Kamla Empire. This was simply not putting the Kamla Empire in their eyes. To the Kamla Empire that had existed on this continent for nearly 1,000 years and had always been one of the most powerful countries, this was undoubtedly a disgrace. How could they tolerate this? Of course, apart from paying attention to the follow-up reaction of the Kamla Empire, most people were actually more concerned about the specific circumstances of this matter. According to rumors, the new flyer guards had launched this operation to eliminate a group of bandits that had previously robbed the new flyer merchant fleet. This point was understandable. However, according to the contents of the rumors, the new flyer guards had actually launched an extremely terrifying attack in order to eliminate this group of bandits. They had even forcefully shaved off a layer of the setting sun mountain range. This was truly too frightening. Although there were rumors of the might of the new flyers' military magic machines, in the previous battles where the military magic machines have been displayed, there had never been a time when they had been this crazy. If the Lampari Kingdom's northern army had this kind of terrifying military magic machines, the Sat Kingdom wouldn't have been able to resist the Lampari Kingdom at all. Perhaps they would have been flattened by the Lampari Kingdom as soon as the war began, right? There were many people who had doubts about this rumor because they didn't believe that the new flyers' military magic machines were this terrifying. But among these people didn't include the high level of the Kamla Empire. The Kamla Empire. The most honorable emperor of the Kamla Empire had a detailed report in front of him. There is a clear description of the new flyers' actions, not missing a single thing. There was also a detailed description of the changes in the terrain after the setting Sun Mountain range was attacked, showing the terrifying might of the magic cannons used by the new flyer guards in front of Emperor Alfonso Kandra. I have a question. The Kandra Emperor looked away from the report and looked up at the people in front of him to ask this. Where did the new flyer's magic airships fly to Lallertown from? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. After this matter, everyone's focus had been on the terrifying might of the new flyer's military magic machines, so they had forgotten about the magic airships. Now that the Emperor reminded them, everyone found that this was indeed a very important question. The small town of Lehrer was located at the junction of the Tajina province and the Northeast province. It could be considered as the center of the empire. It was over 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest empire border and over 2,000 kilometers away from the empire and the borders of several southwestern countries. If one came from the Principality of Constantine, where the new flight commerce main base was, it would be close to 3,000 kilometers away. The new flyer guard's actions this time, of course, it was impossible for them to be organized in the empire. Rather, they should have been transported by magic airships from other places. There was no doubt about this, but where did the magic airships fly into the empire, and how did they fly all the way to Lallertown, only being discovered when they were about to land? Seeing the confused looks on everyone's faces, the Kandra Emperor gave a cold snort. You don't know? Doesn't that mean that if the new flyer is willing, they can use the magic airships to fly above my royal palace and attack it at will? Everyone was stunned, and they couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Although the situation, the Emperor said, was very hard to happen, if the new flyer was this bold, it really was a terrifying thing. Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about this. The Kanla Empire's Magicians Association's chairman, who was also the head of the Empire's magic department, Great Magician Meave Wisconsin, said with a serious look, the Royal Palace has a full range of protective arrays built by the Empire's magic department over several hundred years, so it can take all kinds of attacks. Even if the new flyer dares to send the magic airships to attack the Royal Palace, it won't be a threat at all. Protection array? The Kandra Emperor gave a soft laugh. The Kandra Emperor gave a faint smile. Very good. The Royal Palace is indeed protected by a protective array, but what about outside the Royal Palace? Can you guarantee that every inch of land in the Empire is protected by a protective array? This Great Magician Wisconsin shook his head with a bitter look. Your Majesty, this is an impossible matter. So you're saying that we don't have any effective defenses against the new flyer using the magic airships to attack from the sky? The Kandra Emperor said with a cold look. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay as their expressions became ugly. His Majesty was right, because the sky was the territory of magicians. If the new flyer really used the magic airships to attack, they really couldn't defend against it. We can mobilize magicians to intercept them in the sky, a minister suggested. But how many magicians can we mobilize? The Kandra Emperor asked back. That minister was stunned, not knowing what to say. Although the Kanla Empire had the most magicians on the continent, according to the statistics, they only had around 50,000 magicians. Among them, there weren't even 5,000 magicians who could fly into the sky to fight. You want to protect the territory of the Empire with just 5,000 magicians? This was simply a fantasy story. Not to mention that among the 5,000 magicians, there weren't even 3,000 magicians who were willing to listen to the orders of the Empire. There was no other way. Magicians were a rare job on the signs, and high-level magicians were even rarer. Even if the Kanla Empire was the strongest country on the continent, and their magicians were without a doubt number one, it was impossible for them to be that rich in this aspect. After understanding this, everyone in the room fell into silence. They knew that there was danger in the Emperor's question, but they couldn't think of a solution at all. Your Majesty, I think. After a while, a minister hesitantly spoke. I think that the new flyer wouldn't be bold enough to declare war on the Empire, right? The others all turned to look at this minister with strange looks in their eyes. If the new flyer wasn't bold enough, how could they have sent guards to do this? Facts proved that this new flyer, or rather the new flyer's chairman Su, he was a madman. There was nothing that he didn't dare do. Not to mention that the respected Kanla Empire, could it be that they had to pray for the benevolence of others? Your Majesty, your worries are very reasonable. I feel that we must attach importance to this. The highest commander of the Kanla Empire's army, Marshal Campbell Sudirman said in a deep voice, "We definitely can't allow this hidden danger to exist. I suggest that we strengthen the surveillance of the skies on the borders and in all areas of the Empire. We definitely can't allow the new Flyers' magic airships to come and go like this again." Very well said, but this is meaningless. A smile filled with ridicule appeared on the Kandra Emperor's face. A mocking smile appeared on the Candlelight Emperor's face. "How are you planning on strengthening the surveillance of the skies? Normal soldiers can't find the magic airships flying several hundred meters or even over 1,000 meters in the air, but magicians. Can you find that many magicians?" Marshal Sudirman was speechless. This returned to the original problem. In front of the new Flyers' magic airships, the Kamla Empire couldn't come up with a solution at all. The sky, this was a domain that normal people couldn't reach. Now that the new Flyers' magic airships could fly freely, no one else could do the same. Although magicians could also fly in the sky, the magic airships could be mass-produced. Magicians, especially high-level magicians, couldn't mass-produce them at all. Could it be that there really wasn't a way to solve this problem? Everyone's faces were heavy because they couldn't think of a way to solve this problem. After a while, there was a long sigh that sounded. "Your Majesty, I feel that we should let go of those meaningless reservations and open our arms to cooperate with a new Flyer." The one who spoke was the oldest minister in the room, the one with the highest prestige, and the one with the most trust of the Emperor, the chairman of the Kamla Empire's Council of Elders, who was also the Empire's Prince, Cruz Kamla. He was the Emperor's uncle, and since he helped the Emperor take the throne, he rarely expressed his opinions on the internal affairs of the Empire. This time, he had unexpectedly spoken up. Seeing the doubtful gazes of everyone, including the Kamla Emperor, Prince Kamla spread his hands with a bitter smile. "Your Majesty, it's clear that we don't have the ability to deal with the new Flyer's surprising magic machines. Moreover, it's clear that we don't have the ability to destroy the new Flyer, so the only choice left for us is to cooperate." Everyone slightly knit their brows. Although Prince Kamla was speaking the truth, it made people feel very uncomfortable when they heard it. The Kamla Empire was one of the two empires of the continent. Could it be that they were planning on lowering their heads to a company? I've said it before, let go of those meaningless reservations and arrogance. The Empire being able to stand on the continent for all these years isn't because of these meaningless things. Rather, it's because of the pursuit of benefits. Since we can't solve the problem brought by the new Flyer, of course we have to cooperate with them. Take the magic airships as an example. As long as we have enough magic airships through our cooperation, the new Flyer won't be a problem. But if we make the wrong choice now, not mentioning the new Flyer, we will quickly be thrown far behind by our greatest enemy, the Malar Empire. At that time, it will be the true crisis of the Empire. Hearing the words, Malar Empire, everyone's expressions turned cold. It was different from the Kamla Empire. The cooperation between the new Flyer and the Malar Empire had always been very smooth. Moreover, according to the reports, the Malar Empire had ordered a batch of magic airships from the new Flyer. If the Malar Empire had enough magic airships in the future, adding in large amounts of military magic machines, once the Malar Empire went to war with the Kamla Empire, it wouldn't be as simple as the Kamla Empire facing a crisis. After being silent for a while, Emperor Kamla gave a sigh. After pausing, he said in a clear voice, "Send out an announcement that the Tagna province's operation with a new Flyer has been very successful. This is the deep cooperation between the Empire and the new Flyer in the field of military magic machines, which means that both sides have reached an agreement." Chapter 967. The Kamla Empire is truly beyond my expectations. He looked at the official document in his hand that had the official seal of the Kamla Empire's Council of Elders. A trace of uncontrollable astonishment flashed past his eyes. This document wasn't sent to him through the official channels of the Kamla Empire, but all the markings on the document truly represented the will of the Kamla Empire. There is absolutely no possibility of it being fake. In other words, this document fully represented the will of the Kanla Empire. There was no falsehood or forgery in it. However, the contents of the document made Sui somewhat surprised, because in the document, the Kanla Empire, for the first time in a very official name, made some requests that could be seen as cooperation with the new flyer. This was a huge change compared to the ambiguous attitude that the Kanla Empire had with the new flyer in the past. Although it still wasn't like the Malar Empire that clearly expressed their desire to cooperate with a new flyer, the sincerity revealed in the document was full. When the Kanla Empire's guard were sent to Lair Town to eradicate the bandits, Sui was mentally prepared for all possible reactions from the Kanla Empire. However, he didn't expect that the Kanla Empire's real reaction would be completely beyond his expectations. Just a few days ago, the Kanla Empire took the initiative to announce to the public that the new Flyer Guard's military operation in Lair Town was carried out in cooperation with the Kanla Empire's officials. In this operation, the new Flyer Guards fully demonstrated to the Kanla Empire the powerful role of military magic machines in suppressing bandits. The Kanla Empire was very satisfied with this and also highly praised the new Flyer Guard's excellent use of military magic machines and their valiant military qualities. The Kanla Empire's officials also said that through this operation, the Kanla Empire's military and the new Flyer Guards had gained a deeper understanding of each other. The two sides would definitely further cooperate in a new mode of warfare led by military magic machines. The Kanla Empire's military also showed a greater interest in military magic machines. In summary, the Kanla Empire took full responsibility for the new Flyer Guard's unauthorized actions. Not only did they not condemn or investigate the new Flyer Guard's actions of bringing weapons into the Kanla Empire's territory without permission and using force in the Kanla Empire's territory, they even tried their best to cover up for the new Flyer Guards and put on a posture of good relations between the two sides. This reaction was truly too surprising. Sui originally thought that the Kanla Empire, as an old empire on the signs and known for their arrogance, would be extremely angry when the new Flyer Guards charged into their territory and caused such a ruckus. The fact that the Kanla Empire didn't directly declare war on the new flyer was already very surprising. What was even more surprising was that they actually put on an appearance of seeking cooperation. This made Sui feel that this was completely unreal. This isn't strange. The Kanla Empire has been able to stand on this continent for so many years and has always been one of the strongest empires. Of course, they know how to adapt to circumstances and have their own uniqueness. Teacher Carmilla expressed her disdain towards Suyi's reaction. If the people of the Kanla Empire were all a bunch of hotheads, they would have been destroyed countless times by other empires. But isn't this a humiliation to them? Can they really take this lying down? Sui still didn't dare to believe it. What can they do even if they can't take it lying down? Teacher Carmilla rolled her eyes at Sui. Are they going to send their army to declare war on our Chamber of Commerce? Unless they're crazy, how can they not see the qualitative difference in military strength between the two sides that can't be made up? Kid, don't think that I can't see that you took the initiative to provoke the Kanla Empire this time, because you have a strong backing, right? Sui looked up at the sky and laughed. I just want to use this operation to give a warning to those who are secretly trying to make a move against our Chamber of Commerce. If they want to make a move against us, they have to consider their own strength first. If that's the case, Teacher Carmilla thought for a while and suddenly clapped her hands. I remember how to describe it now. The Kanla Empire is completely unjustly implicated, right? Sui couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had only used the phrase unjustly implicated a few times in private conversations with Steele. He didn't think that even Teacher Carmilla would use it now. It's not right to say that I'm unjustly implicated. The reason why I purposely chose to take this operation in the Kanla Empire was to give the Kanla Empire a warning. Sui chuckled. I just want to let them know that our Chamber of Commerce's military magic machines are this strong. If they still can't see the situation clearly, then don't blame me. Teacher Carmilla looked at Sui strangely. Hey kid, Didn't you always say that you want to develop peacefully so that everyone can gradually accept the changes brought by the magic machines? Why are you suddenly so radical now? He pointed at the thick stack of reports on the Chamber of Commerce's incident that he had piled up in the corner of the table, his expression turning cold. Originally, I always thought that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Everyone can see the benefits that the magic machines bring, so I don't need to do anything. Naturally, it will slowly spread throughout the continent. But now it seems that, to some people, if you talk about peace with them, they will think that you're easy to bully. Oof. They just have to force me to get angry and teach them a lesson. Only then will they learn to be obedient. Teacher Carmilla sighed and shook her head. Then what do you want to do next? In fact, it's not just one person or organization that wants to deal with our Chamber of Commerce. I understand. Sue nodded and said in a deep voice, since the Kamla Empire is so tactful, it can save me a lot of effort. As for those who still don't know, this isn't the first time I've done something like this in the Kamla Empire, and it definitely won't be the last. When Teacher Carmilla saw the sharp look in Su Yi's eyes, she revealed a bitter smile. She didn't expect that this kid would be forced to take action one day. Those who didn't know Su Yi and the new flyer were probably going to experience true terror this time. ##### Finland Island was an island that was less than 20 kilometers away from the southwest coast of the Kamla Empire. The total area of the island was about 10 hectares. It could be considered a large island in the nearby sea. The vegetation on the island was dense. However, there weren't many other resources on the island. Therefore, although it was relatively close to the coast, the overall geographical location was very remote. It also happened to miss the route that the new flyer had opened up. As a result, the island had always been very desolate. However, for the Bluebeard pirates, Finland Island was a very good habitat. Ever since the damned new flyer joined forces with the Kamla Empire's navy to clean up the southern seas of the Kamla Empire and the surrounding seas several times, the pirate groups in this large area of the sea were either dead or scattered. There weren't many left. The reason why the Bluebeard pirates were able to remain intact was because their leader, Bluebeard, had seen the opportunity early. He had pulled them out of the deep sea of the southern seas of the Kamla Empire and hid in a relatively remote location on an island that didn't attract any attention. Relying on catching fish, fruits, and sporadic prey on the island, the pirate group had persisted for a long time. When a new flyer and the Kamla Empire's navy's search and capture efforts had slightly decreased, Bluebeard even stopped a group of people from going to the nearby coast from time to time and changed their profession to become bandits. This kind of life wasn't good for the Bluebeard pirates who used to roam the seas, but it was more or less acceptable. However, this peaceful life for the pirates came to an abrupt end when Bluebeard led his men ashore to rob. That time, Bluebeard and his men actually encountered a group of mages. In the face of powerful mages, they were of course unable to resist. But what was surprising was that this group of mages actually didn't kill them. Instead, they placed a magic imprint on each of them and made them swear allegiance to them. Thus, Bluebeard and the remaining 200-plus men became the subordinates of this group of mages. However, what was even more surprising was that after this group of mages subdued them, they seemed to have forgotten about them and disappeared for a long time. Until Bluebeard himself had almost forgotten about this matter, another mage found them and ordered them to go out to sea to prepare for a robbery. Bluebeard and his men were very puzzled. These mages were of noble status. Why would they suddenly come to become pirates? However, they had no way of disobeying the mage's orders and could only follow the powerful mage out to sea in a daze, resuming their old business that was about to be forgotten. But when he saw the target of the robbery, Bluebeard was almost scared to death. Heavens above, he would never forget the extremely unique emblem of the new flyer, even if he was beaten to death. Bluebeard knew that on the surface of the sea, the pirates would definitely not be a match for the freaks of the new flyer fleet. But when he tried to persuade the mages to retreat, the mages ignored him and chose to take action personally. The final outcome was not suspenseful. Although the offensive power of the new flyer fleet was still terrifying, under the leadership of 20 high-level mages and a great mage who shouldn't have been there at all, they were still no match for them and could only be wiped out in the end. After following the powerful mages to rob the new flyer fleet 3 times, the remaining fear in Bluebeard's heart towards the new flyer fleet at first disappeared. He firmly believed that under the leadership of a powerful great mage and 20 high-level mages, they were simply an invincible existence. The only thing he was terrified of was that he still didn't understand the purpose of this group of mysterious and powerful mages. Why were they targeting the new flyer fleet? Did they have a grudge against the new flyer? Unfortunately, no matter how strong the doubts in his heart were, Bluebeard wouldn't choose to ask those mages. He was very clear that the more he knew, the faster he would die. Of course, even if he didn't know anything, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being killed by these mages. He was sure that these mages were definitely doing something that couldn't be exposed, and he, a mere pirate, was not more important than an ant in the eyes of these mages. In the end, in order to keep the secret, he could only die. With this thought in mind, Bluebeard had already made all the preparations when he set off again under the orders of the mages to rob the fleet. As long as there was a chance, he would leave the mages' side immediately. As long as he could jump into the sea, then with his many years of experience making a living on the sea, there was at least a 40% chance of him surviving. Although this probability was less than 50%, it was much better than staying by the side of those mysterious mages and dying for sure. Bluebeard, who was secretly planning, commanded his subordinates to drive a dozen broken ships and a few giant steel ships seized from the new flyer fleet. It didn't take long for them to encounter a fleet that was sailing across the boundless, endless sea. This fleet was made up of giant steel ships, and a flag with half a wing fluttered on the mast. Without a doubt, this was the new flyer fleet. Chapter 968. Seeing the new flyer's fleet appear, Bluebeard immediately gave a signal to his subordinates on the ship and silently retreated to the side. He was very clear that with his old wooden ships, it was impossible for them to be a match for the powerful sea monsters of the new flyer. At the same time, those mysterious magicians were very clear on this. So when they attacked the new flyer's fleet 3 times, Bluebeard and his subordinates were only in charge of controlling the ships. As for the specific attacks, they were all left to these mysterious and powerful magicians. Although the new flyer's fleet had powerful firepower, when faced with 20 high-grade magicians and an incomparably powerful great magician, they still couldn't resist. This time it was clearly the same. Seeing that Bluebeard and his subordinates had retreated, the 23 adept magicians that were spread out on the ships began to move together. In the blink of an eye, countless large fireballs came out of the ships and flew at the new flyer's fleet in the distance. The 7th grade fire spell, Flame Bomb, it was strong enough to kill an elephant. Even the thick steel plates of the new flyer's ships couldn't resist this powerful spell. Hong, 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 hong. The Frestech Chamber of Commerce's fleet was made up of 2 giant transport magic ships and 8 smaller magic guard ships. When faced with this dense barrage of flame bombs, other than the 8 magic guard ships dodging a few with their high mobility, the remaining flame bombs were all concentrated on the 2 large transport magic ships, creating intense explosions. Bluebeard, who was hiding in the back, saw the flames on the other side, and he felt a bit of joy in his heart. These brats from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, they had been so majestic when they drove away the pirates, but now they could only take a beating in front of these powerful magicians. Hey, no matter where these mysterious magicians came from or why they kept attacking the new flyer's fleet, as long as they kept doing this, they could even drive the damn new flyer fleet out of these seas. He and his subordinates could return to their previous happy days. Bluebeard looked at the sea in front of him with wide eyes, silently waiting for the large transport magic ships to sink to the bottom of the sea. In the previous 3 attacks, he had seen 8 large transport magic ships and over 10 magic ships sink. Every time he saw it, his heart filled with joy. However, when the flames faded, Bluebeard was surprised to find that this time, the situation was a bit off. The two Frestec Chamber of Commerce's large transport magic ships in the distance released a faint blue glow at the same time. It covered the entire ship like there was a light blue shell around it. Although the blazing fireballs caused violent explosions and countless huge halos when they hit the surface, they were unable to shake the light blue barrier in the slightest. As for the two large transport magic ships covered in the light blue barrier, they weren't damaged at all. They didn't even sway at all as they steadily sailed on the endless seas. My God, it's actually the deep blue protection array. The high-grade magician standing in front of Bluebeard was stunned as he saw the two large transport magic ships, and he couldn't help calling out in a loud voice. It really is the deep blue protection array. Are those fellows from the new flyer crazy? Another high-grade magician on the same ship also called out in a loud voice. Bluebeard naturally didn't understand what this deep blue protection array was, but it seemed like it was related to the light blue barrier around the two large transport magic ships. He looked at the two ships in the distance and didn't find it strange. The new flyer's fleet had been attacked 3 times in a row. If they didn't think of a way to defend, they would be too stupid. He didn't know why these two advanced magicians, who had always been arrogant in front of him, were so surprised. Of course, he didn't know that the deep blue protection array was a 9th grade water magic array. Moreover, it was known as the strongest defensive magic array other than forbidden spells. In front of the deep blue protection array, not to mention the 7th grade flame bomb being 2 grades lower, it was completely suppressed, so of course it couldn't pose any threat to the array. But to lay down one of the strongest 9th grade magic arrays like the deep blue protection array, even a normal 9th grade magician would find it hard to do it. To cover the large transport magic ships with this deep blue protection array, the amount of magic needed was even more shocking. It was not something a normal 9th grade magician could withstand. Only great magicians had a chance of doing it. But now in front of everyone, there were 2 large transport magic ships covered in the deep blue protection array. This also meant that in the new flyer's fleet, there might be 2 great magicians hiding. There were soft and even faint footsteps that came from behind Bluebeard. If it wasn't for Bluebeard being vigilant all year round and his hearing being very sharp, he would have missed these footsteps. Hearing these footsteps, Bluebeard knew that the leader of these mysterious magicians couldn't help appearing. Turning around, there was a man wearing a jet black robe who didn't hide the fact that he was a great magician. He walked past Bluebeard and came to the mast of the ship, looking at the 2 large transport magic ships with a serious look. The 2 high-grade magicians looked at him with doubtful gazes. Great Magician Glowfin, look. Great Magician Glowfin gave a soft snort. It's impossible for the new flyer to send 2 great magicians to protect a trivial fleet. This must be something the new flyer made. Increase the power of our attacks. They definitely won't last long. The 2 high-grade magicians looked at each other with a bit of doubt in their eyes, but they still sent out the attack signal. Then they attacked the new flyer's fleet again. However, when they raised their hands, they suddenly found that there were countless red dots on the surface of the sea that instantly turned into giant fireballs. The expressions of the 2 high-grade magicians changed, and they quickly gathered their magic, creating a light blue wind magic barrier around the ship under their feet. Pung, 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 pung. Countless fireballs continuously hit the magic power shield, causing waves of magic power ripples to appear on the shield. However, not a single fireball was able to break through the shield and was completely intercepted. Great Magician Glowfin had a smile of contempt on his face as he said with a cold snort, "I thought that after those fellows from the new flyer suffered a few blows, they would become more obedient. I never thought that they would still use fireballs that can't even compare to 5th grade fire magic." He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like he was casually herding sheep, but the 2 high-grade magicians in front of him were complaining in their hearts. Although the power of the attacks from the new flyer's fleet couldn't compare to the most common 5th grade fire magic, there were simply too many of them. They didn't know what kind of medicine the new flyer's fleet had taken, but once they did, it was incomparably dense, and they didn't seem like they would stop. From the moment the fireballs appeared, They kept shooting over, as if there was a rain of fire on the surface of the sea. Even if the fireball's power wasn't a concern, the frequency of the attacks was too terrifying. It was to the point that the magic in their bodies was quickly decreasing, and in a few breaths of time, half of it had already been consumed. Great Magician Glowfin was naturally very clear on their situation, so he nodded and said, "Prepare to counterattack." After saying this, Great Magician Glowfin circulated his magic and slightly raised his hands. In the previous attacks on the New Flyers fleet, because of the powerful attacks of the New Flyers fleet, a great magician like him had to personally make a move to take care of them. It seemed like this time wasn't an exception. Endless magic elemental energy condensed in Great Magician Glowfin's hands before gathering above his head. After a while, there seemed to be a black vortex above his head. This was the most powerful forbidden spell that Great Magician Glowfin knew. At the same time, it was a very special spell that was fused with spatial magic darkness explosion. Its might was far from what a normal 9th grade spell could compare to. If one was hit by this spell, even with the protection of the deep blue protection array, they wouldn't be able to escape. Even with Great Magician Glowfin's powerful strength, it still took him a bit of time to condense this spell. However, when he was about to finish condensing it, on the side of a large transport magic ship that was facing them, there was suddenly a white light that turned into an incomparably large white ball of light. The ball of light was very bright. Even though it was over 2,000 meters away, it was still very bright, but the strange thing was that it wasn't dazzling at all. Seeing this ball of light instantly condense, Great Magician Glowfin's hands couldn't help trembling, and he almost lost control of his magic. He looked at the ball of light in the distance with incomparable shock, and there was a strong sense of danger that filled his heart. After that, the ball of light suddenly exploded, and a giant white beam of light that was several meters wide came out of the large transport magic ship. It instantly crossed 2,000 meters and hit the ship that Great Magician Glowfin was on. When the light faded, it was like the surface of a field that had just been plowed. There was a long gully that was over 20 meters wide and several meters deep. However, the place where the ship had stopped was now empty. Chapter 969. Everyone from the Bluebeard Pirates and the magicians were stunned by this attack. While they were speechless, on the large transport magic ship that had released this attack 2,000 meters away, there was also a deathly silence. After a while, there was a loud swallowing sound that came from the incomparably silent bridge, breaking this silence. God, was this really an attack from us? The high-level officers of the New Flyer Guard fleet and the staff of the other ships looked at each other with strange expressions. After a while, Garn Sauron, who was wearing the uniform of the New Flyer Guard fleet and was also the commander of this operation, gave a cough before saying in a deep voice, "All right, it isn't like everyone hasn't seen the might of the Dawn Fury cannon in the drill before. What is there to be surprised about? Don't be in a daze. Battle team, immediately prepare for the next battle. Our enemies haven't disappeared yet." "Yes, yes." With a series of responses, the people in officer uniforms began to work. Garn Sauron gave a cough, and when he was about to speak, a middle-aged man in a white robe, standing to his right, suddenly knit his brows. "Commander Sauron, I have to remind you that maintaining the shield consumes 370 Moab magic per minute. Since it was activated, it has been maintained for over 10 minutes, and has consumed close to 4,000 Moab magic. The Dawn Fury cannon that you ordered to fire just now consumed 1,800 Moab magic. Currently, the magic crystals in the ship can only convert around 16,000 Moab magic, so please pay attention to the consumption. There's still 16,000 Moab magic crystals left?" Garn Sauron stroked his chin and calculated in his heart before laughing. "Isn't there still a lot left? All right, it's enough. Pass down the order, and the 2 large transport magic ships will continue to maintain the shield, but they won't use the Dawn Fury cannon. The other 8 magic ships will be responsible for attacking. Brothers, today we will definitely feed these bastards to the fish. Understood?" A high-pitched response immediately sounded from the communicator on the bridge's command deck. However, That middle-aged man wearing a white robe coldly said, "Commander Sauron, I have to remind you again. This time, Sir President has requested to capture him alive." Garn Sauron rolled his eyes helplessly and turned to look at a man in a black robe who was resting on a chair with his eyes closed. "Great Magician Runa, it looks like we still need you to make a move." Great Magician Runa opened his eyes and his lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Hee, that's good too. I haven't exercised for a long time. Anyway, I've collected enough observation data for today. Let me have some fun next." After saying that, he snapped his fingers and his surroundings suddenly fell into a ball of darkness. Then he disappeared. ##### Great Magician Glorfin floated in the air with a dozen high magicians following him. Everyone lowered their heads to look at the surface of the sea, which still hadn't calmed down. They were all extremely shocked. What was that white light just now? With just a sweep of the light beam, a huge ship actually disappeared into thin air. This kind of terrifying might. It was almost on par with a forbidden spell. But if the new flyer's large transport magic ship could casually release an attack that was comparable to a forbidden spell, that was just too terrifying. This kind of attack could even be considered unreasonable. Not to mention the small ships of these pirates. Even high magicians like them couldn't resist it. Even Great Magician Glorfin couldn't do anything against a forbidden spell. Perhaps he could easily escape from a forbidden spell, but if he wanted to face it head-on, it was almost impossible. "Your Excellency, Great Magician, should we continue attacking?" A high magician suddenly asked in a hesitant voice. Feeling the panicked gazes of the other high magicians, Great Magician Glorfin turned to look at the new flyer's fleet in the distance. That large transport magic ship that had released that terrifying attack didn't continue attacking. Rather, it was silently waiting with another large transport magic ship. There were only 8 other magic ships that were quickly moving on the sea, attacking the remaining ships that belonged to the Bluebeard pirates. Without the support of these magicians, the pirates couldn't fight back at all. In just a few breaths, there were several pirate ships that had been turned into giant fireballs by the fierce attacks of the cannons or sunk to the bottom. Great Magician Glorfin focused on the large transport magic ship that had just released the attack. Seeing that it didn't move at all, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Continue attacking. The other side definitely can't use the same attack again. Moreover, this attack isn't that terrifying. We can easily dodge it. We just need to be a bit more careful. Just as Great Magician Glorfin was about to give the order for his subordinates to continue attacking, he suddenly felt an abnormally strong magic fluctuation coming from the space around him. He was instantly shocked, and his figure flashed, flying 100 meters away. The other high magician's senses were much weaker than Great Magician Glorfin's, so when they sensed it, there was already a giant black magic vortex in the sky. The 2 closest high magicians didn't even have time to call out before they were swallowed by the magic vortex and disappeared. The remaining high magicians all used their magic and flew away as fast as they could. After a short moment, a silhouette slowly walked out of the black mana vortex, as if he were walking on flat ground. Beside him, the 2 high magicians that had been swallowed by the black magic vortex floated there without moving. It was unknown if they were still alive. Great Magician Runa looked over the shocked magicians in front of him before finally looking at Great Magician Glorfin. He laughed. "You're the Great Magician who made a move to sink our company's 8 large transport magic ships and 13 guard magic ships, right?" Great Magician Glorfin felt a strong sense of danger from this magician who had suddenly appeared. That black magic vortex, just now, was similar to the forbidden spell he was most proficient in, the Dark Explosion. But it was clear that the other side's control of spatial magic surpassed his by more than a level. At least he couldn't freely enter and exit the magic vortex that he had created. If nothing unexpected happened, the other side was at least a great magician, and he was far stronger than him. Thinking of this, Great Magician Glorfin immediately understood. Today's attack on the New Flyer fleet was definitely a carefully designed trap from the New Flyer. Otherwise, it was impossible for the New Flyer's large transport magic ships to suddenly have the deep blue protection array and that terrifying weapon. The more important thing was that there shouldn't be this kind of terrifying great magician on the fleet. When his eyes met great magician Runa's, great magician Glorfin could feel the killing intent in the other side's eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly took a deep breath. He activated his magic, and the space around him began to tremble. At the next moment, his body disappeared in mid-air. The other high-grade magicians were all stunned. Great magician Glorfin had actually disappeared. Great magician Runa's lips curled into a teasing smile, but he didn't use his magic. Instead, he raised his hand and said to the small magic communicator on his left wrist, "That fellow wants to escape. Drag him out for me." He didn't lower his voice and even deliberately raised it. When these words fell into the ears of the surrounding high-grade magicians, they were all stunned. Could it be that great magician Glorfin wasn't planning on using spatial magic to fight back and was planning on escaping? As for this mysterious and powerful magician in front of them saying, "Drag him out," what did that mean? Just as this question appeared in everyone's mind, countless strange black and blue light spots suddenly shot out from the several magic guard ships on the sea below. The light dots flew into the air, and after a while, they exploded in the sky. The originally empty space in the sky suddenly shook violently. These advanced magicians all felt that the magic power in the space that had been bombed was violently vibrating, and the entire space had become abnormally unstable. Great magician Glorfin's figure suddenly appeared in that space. His face was filled with shock, and his expression was a bit awkward. Great magician Runa looked at him with a teasing gaze. Hey, this space is now within the range of the space magic detector. Not to mention a piece of trash like you. Even I wouldn't be able to escape using space magic. Space magic detector? Great magician Glorfin looked at great magician Runa with a confused expression. He judged that he wasn't a match for the great magician in front of him, so he immediately decided to use space magic to escape. Even if the other side was also a great magician, as long as they weren't in the realm of archmagi and couldn't surpass him in terms of space magic, he had a high chance of escaping. But the other side clearly didn't make a move, so why did he suddenly feel a strong spatial vibration hit him and force him to appear? All right, don't waste time thinking about why. Runa looked at him with a funny expression and shook his head, his eyes gradually turning cold. Because of you and the trash you brought, our company has suffered a loss of over 20 million gold coins. Sir Chairman is very angry about this, so you can go die. Chapter 970. As the capital of the Canla Empire, Wimbledon City had always been known as the largest city in the signs. Naturally, it had a huge population that far exceeded other places. According to rough statistics, the number of permanent residents in Wimbledon City had reached 3 million, and the floating population that was hard to calculate was at least 3 million. In total, it reached an astonishing 5 million people. Such a huge number of people in a small country like the Lampari Kingdom was almost equivalent to the population of an entire country. It was because of such a huge population that Wimbledon City was almost always a bustling scene. There were people everywhere, completely different from the peaceful and comfortable situation of most cities on the continent. For Wimbledon City, the most lively place was the Candela Emperor Square in the center of the city. Almost all the shops in Wimbledon City gathered here. At the same time, there were several famous restaurants and other entertainment venues. In addition to attracting countless nobles in Wimbledon City to come here play, it could also attract a large number of commoners with better family conditions to come here. They hoped that one day, they could mix with the high and mighty nobles. Of course, if it was said that the place that usually accommodated the most people was the Candela Emperor Square in the center. This square had existed since the founding of the Canla Empire. It had been rebuilt several times, but it still maintained the huge area when it was first built. It occupied a huge area in Wimbledon City. The most recent renovation was carried out last autumn. It was said that the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce from the Lampari Kingdom was invited to carry out the overall renovation. After half a year of renovation, the new Candela Emperor Square used a new marble surface. The surrounding decorative flowers and plants had become more exotic and gorgeous. There were many that people had never heard of before. It was said that they were gifts from the elves. Among the changes in the square, the most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly the magic square lamps erected around the square. Every night, these magic square lamps would emit a bright but not dazzling light, illuminating the whole square as if it was daytime. These magic square lamps were designed by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so they were welcomed by everyone. In addition to the changes in some details, there was something that wasn't particularly eye-catching at first, but now it had become the most popular thing in the plaza. That was the large-scale magic illusion projection provided by the New Moon Chamber of Commerce for free. The New Moon Chamber of Commerce not only provided this device, they also provided a large amount of entertainment programs. Among them, there were a few TV series that were popular in the Lampari Kingdom and the surrounding countries. After they started playing in the square, they were quickly welcomed by the people of Wimbledon City. In just a few months, countless people in Wimbledon City had developed a habit. Once the sky turned dark, they would crowd into this square and wait for the New Moon Chamber of Commerce's fantasy TV series to begin. It was the same tonight. It wasn't night yet, but this huge square was already packed with people. With a casual glance, one could estimate that there were over 20,000 people waiting in front of the large magic illusion projector. Everyone was staring at the empty space above the large magic illusion projector with faces full of expectation. When the magic clock hanging high above the square pointed to the beginning of the night, the large magic illusion projector immediately flashed with a faint cyan light. Then the New Moon Chamber of Commerce's logo appeared in the empty space. After a moment, it turned into the large words, News Weekly. The people sitting around the square stared blankly for a moment before understanding. That's right, today was Sunday. It was time for the weekly News Weekly of the New Moon Chamber of Commerce to broadcast. When this News Weekly was first broadcast, people weren't very satisfied. They felt that this program was wasting their precious time watching TV series. But as the News Weekly was broadcasted several times, this program became more and more popular. After all, the News Weekly talked about the major events that happened in various places in the signs. Even if these things didn't have much to do with normal people, people would still watch it out of curiosity and gossip. This week's News Weekly was the same as before. The first thing it broadcasted was a few news related to the Canla Empire. One of them was related to the new Flyer Guards' actions in the small town of Lehrer in the Tagna province a few days ago. Before this, the rumors about the sudden actions of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's guards said that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's guards acted on their own and didn't receive the recognition of the Kandra Empire. It could be considered an invasion. Although the Canla Empire's Council of Elders and House of Commons released a statement saying that this action was a joint action between the New Flyer and the Canla Empire and wasn't an invasion, it was still questioned. Because there were too many witnesses to this action, they didn't see any footage of the cooperation between the Canla Empire and the New Flyer Guards. Naturally, there would be many discordant voices. However, in this News Weekly, there was a more detailed report on this news. Not only did it reveal that the New Flyer and the Canla Empire had reached an agreement to jointly attack the bandits and robbers in the Canla Empire, creating a safe and stable environment for the Canla Empire to ensure that the caravans of various large companies could safely travel. It even released some specific video footage. The video footage showed that the commander-in-chief of the New Flyer Guards actually led a team to Wimbledon City and met with several generals of the Canla Empire's military. The atmosphere between the two sides was very friendly, and the conversation was very harmonious. There wasn't any sign of conflict. The supreme commander of the Canla Empire's military, Imperial Marshal Campbell Sudirman, said that through this joint action, the Empire's military had a better understanding of the power of the military magic machines and the huge role they could play. This was an eye-opener for the Empire's military and laid a solid foundation for the Empire's military to fully replace the military magic machines with the latest and most advanced combat models in the future. Marshal Sudirman also said that in the future, the Kamla Empire's military and the New Flyer Guards will continue to carry out joint actions many times to promote in-depth exchanges and discussions between the two sides. The host of News Weekly summarized this matter in a paragraph. After reading this piece of news, the people in the square suddenly felt that the doubts in their hearts were dispelled. Look, even the great empire's marshal personally came out to prove that this was a joint action with a New Flyer. Could it be fake? After broadcasting the news from the Kamla Empire, the News Weekly began to broadcast foreign news. The first piece of news attracted everyone's attention. 2 days ago, the 2 large transport magic ships and the 8 guard magic ships of a New Flyer's 5th transport fleet were suddenly attacked on their way back to the Principality of Constantine from the Weenie's Duchy. According to the reports, the pirates that attacked the New Flyer's 5th transport fleet were the same as the pirates that attacked the New Flyer's transport fleet 3 times before. With a flash, it turned into the image of the vast sea. When everyone saw this illusion, they all called out in surprise. This was because in this illusion, there were countless balls of light flickering with magical light flying around the surface of the sea. At a glance, one could see that there were many magic casters engaged in battle. The pirates that attacked the New Flyer's transport fleet had over 20 high-grade magicians and a great magician. As soon as his voice fell, the camera in the illusion suddenly zoomed in and fell onto the black magic vortex in the air. Everyone was shocked again. There were actually over 20 high-grade magicians in a pirate group. There was even a great magician. This was too ridiculous. However, the terrifying scenes of magic shown in the illusion fully proved that the news was true. The New Flyers Guard fleet had an intense battle with the pirates on the sea and won in the end. They killed the Great Magician, 10 high-grade magicians, and several hundred pirates. Apart from that, the New Flyer also captured 3 high-grade magicians and dozens of pirates. According to the testimonies provided by the 3 high-grade magicians and the dozens of pirates, this strange group of pirates came from the Mana Magic Kingdom. The great magician named Grafin, who was killed, was one of the great magicians registered in the Mana Magic Kingdom. Hearing this, the audience couldn't help but reveal an expression of incomparable astonishment. It was already shocking that there were pirates who didn't know what was good for them and dared to attack the New Flyers fleet. What was even more shocking was that there were so many powerful magicians in this pirate group. It really defied common sense. However, the most shocking thing was that the New Flyers transport fleet that was attacked actually achieved a complete victory and even killed the great magician. God above, that was a great magician. After that, the scene that the Newsweek broadcasted answered the doubts in everyone's hearts. This video recorded the general situation of the battle between the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's transport fleet and the enemy. Both sides had been in a stalemate, attacking and defending, but there was a bright light that came from the front of a large transport magic ship. There was an incomparably thick beam of light that cut through the void, directly destroying a pirate ship. Seeing this giant beam of light that seemed to fill the entire world, dazzling everyone with a single glance, everyone was speechless. With this kind of terrifying attack, even a great magician wouldn't be able to block it. New Flyers EO Kennard said that since the 20 high-grade magicians and the great magician named Grafin came from the Mana Magic Kingdom, New Flyer will ask the Mana Magic Kingdom about this matter and will reserve the right to pursue this matter. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Although the Mana Magic Kingdom wasn't a super empire like the Kamla Empire or the Malar Empire, this kingdom was very special in the signs because it had the most magicians. As for why a kingdom had the most magicians, the Mana Magic Kingdom was actually a country secretly organized by the Sorcerers Guild. It was because of the support of the Sorcerers Guild that the Mana Magic Kingdom had such a terrifying number of magicians. Now that the New Flyer wanted to cause trouble for the Mana Magic Kingdom, this was simply provoking the Sorcerers Guild. This was without a doubt a very crazy move. But when everyone thought of how the New Flyer had almost openly fallen out with the Sorcerers Guild, they didn't find it strange. That's right, the New Flyer's chairman Sue, he was a madman, and the New Flyer was a group of madmen. Chapter 971. Do. There were soft knocks with a special frequency that came from the Kamla Empire's royal palace. Emperor Alfonso Kandra put down the document in his hand and softly called out, "Come in." The door was softly pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a normal face quickly came in. The Kandra Emperor saw him respectfully give a bow before casually asking, "How is the effect?" The middle-aged man raised his head slightly and stared at the table in front of His Majesty. He didn't dare to make eye contact with His Majesty. He answered respectfully, "Your Majesty, after the broadcast of News Weekly, we did 20 spot checks on the people who watched the program. The results showed that they trusted the news of the News Weekly and no longer doubted the New Flyers' actions." "Oh, this means this News Weekly really is powerful." They weren't willing to believe the documents of the two councils of the Empire, but this News Weekly that doesn't have any authority actually made them believe it so easily. There was a trace of self-ridicule in the Kandra Emperor's voice. "Your Majesty, I think that the main reason for this result is that when the News Weekly broadcast the news, there was a real-time illusion film as a commentary. According to our investigation, most people chose to believe it after seeing Marshal Sudirman appear in the illusion." The middle-aged man immediately explained, "It's not important what they believe." The Kandra Emperor waved his hand. The important thing is that they chose to believe it. After saying this, the Kandra Emperor was silent for a bit before continuing in a deep voice, "Tell me, if the News Weekly reports something that isn't good for our empire or me, would they choose to believe it?" The middle-aged man was surprised before saying with a serious look, "Your Majesty, please be assured, this little one will check the programs that the New Moon Chamber of Commerce broadcasts each day ahead of time. I guarantee that there won't be anything that isn't good for the Empire or your Majesty. You can guarantee that there won't be any problems here, but if there are magic illusion projectors in other places of the Empire, can you guarantee that there won't be any problems?" The Kandra Emperor said with a teasing look. The middle-aged man was silent for a bit before slowly shaking his head. "I can't guarantee anything, but Your Majesty, you can order the rest of the Empire to not allow the installation of this magic illusion projection device, or you can just expel the New Moon Chamber of Commerce and solve this problem." "No, this idea is too short-sighted." The Kamla Empire's emperor shook his head lightly. "I learned a lesson from New Flyer. Don't think that just because you're the biggest empire in signs, you can't refuse to make changes. Our reaction should be more positive and proactive. Otherwise, we might really be eliminated by this era, like what Sue-E said before." The middle-aged man couldn't help but raise his head to look at the emperor of the Kamla Empire in astonishment before quickly lowering his head. He did not understand why the Honorable His Majesty seemed to be a little worried about personal gains and losses. Could it be that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce really made His Majesty nervous? Thinking of the news related to the New Flyer in the News Weekly, especially the news of the New Flyer's transport fleet fighting 20 high-grade magicians and a great magician on the sea and winning, the middle-aged man suddenly understood a bit of the Emperor's thoughts. "Murdoch, you and your subordinates are responsible for controlling the hearts of the people of the Empire. Now that this thing has the power to control the hearts of the people, I want you to learn how to control it as soon as possible. If you can use it well, I feel that it will save you a lot of effort in the future." The middle-aged man called Murdoch thought for a bit before giving a strong nod. "I understand. All right, you can leave. Remember, no matter what method you use, I need this thing to spread all over the Empire, and they must all be under your control." "Yes," Murdoch replied before turning to leave. Watching Murdoch leave, the Kandra Emperor fell into thought. When he had approved the New Moon Chamber of Commerce's magic illusion projector in the Emperor's Square, one reason was out of curiosity, and two was because of the relationship between the New Moon Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Steele and the New Flyer's Chairman Sue-E, which could be considered giving Sue-E some face. He never thought that after accumulating for a while, the magic illusion projector itself didn't count for much, but the programs it played had a surprisingly large influence. As the most respected emperor of the Kamla Empire, Alfonso Candra, who had received strict education since he was young, knew that this thing had a powerful and terrifying influence on people's hearts. But he was also very clear that although it was simple to ban it, it had no meaning. Once this kind of attractive thing was invented, it would definitely become popular, and it was impossible to ban it. So he had to ensure that this thing was in his hands, and then use the influence of this thing to influence the ignorant people of the empire. If he used it well, the effect of this thing that didn't seem remarkable at first glance would be hard to estimate. After thinking about the use of the magic illusion projector, the Candra Emperor turned his attention to another matter. This matter was also related to the magic illusion projector, or rather was related to the news weekly that had just been broadcasted. It was about the battle of the new flyer transport fleet on the sea. The News Weekly report on this matter was vague in many places, letting people know the main point of this matter, but it wasn't clear. But the Candra Emperor had obtained this information through other channels, so he knew more about this matter than normal people. He knew that the great magician named Grafin wasn't killed by that terrifying giant pillar of light, but rather he was hiding in the hands of another great magician from the new flyer. But this didn't make him feel much more relaxed. First, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had a great magician that no one knew about before, making the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's hidden strength even more terrifying. Second, even if that great magician wasn't killed by that white pillar of light, there was no need to prove the terrifying lethality of that white pillar of light. Anyone could see it. A single attack could destroy a giant pirate ship without leaving a single trace. It could be seen just how terrifying that attack was. Then the question was, how could the large transport magic ship release such a terrifying attack? How many could it release? Although from the reports, there was only one large transport magic ship that sent out this attack. The Candra Emperor didn't think that they would only send out one attack. If his guesses weren't wrong, this should be a new military magic machine developed by the new flyer. Since it was a military magic machine, it could be mass-produced. Once this terrifying weapon was mass-produced, making this terrifying attack normal, how terrifying of a scene would that be? The Candra Emperor simulated it in his mind before shaking his head. Although the royal palace had taken close to 1,000 years to build a giant protective array, it definitely wouldn't be able to take much of this terrifying pillar of light that wasn't inferior to a forbidden spell. Moreover, since this military magic machine could be equipped on the large transport magic ship, it could also be equipped on the magic airships. If the new flyer sent several magic airships equipped with this military magic machine to attack the royal palace, how could they resist it? The Candra Emperor thought for a while, but he found that other than having the Archmagi help defend, there was no other way. Thinking of this, he couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. As the most respected emperor of the Kanla Empire, he found that he could only rely on the protection of the Archmagi to survive, which really made him unhappy. Do. There were soft knocks on the door again. The Candra Emperor came back to his senses and took a deep breath, as his expression returned to normal. Come in. A personal attendant pushed open the door and walked in. Your Majesty, the Sorcerers Guild's chairman Great Magician Griffin and the Mana Magic Kingdom's resident Great Magician Naduro request an audience. The Candra Emperor couldn't help giving a laugh. These two fellows came quite quickly. Let them come in. The attendant left with this order, and after a while, he brought in two old men who were also wearing black robes and had the badge of a great magician on their chests. Your Majesty, may magic always surround you. Standing on the left was the Kanla Empire's Sorcerers Guild chairman, Great Magician Griffin, who respectfully gave a bow to the Candra Emperor. The Mana Magic Kingdom's ambassador to the Kanla Empire, Great Magician Naduro, also gave a bow, but his bow was different from Great Magician Griffin's. Seeing this difference, the Candra Emperor narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, Then Ambassador Naduro, are you here on behalf of the Marlow Magic Kingdom? Great Magician Naduro immediately said with a smile, Your Majesty really is filled with wisdom. Yes, I'm here on behalf of the Mana Magic Kingdom's ambassador to request an audience with Your Majesty. There are some matters between the two countries that I need your majesty's advice on. The Kandra Emperor took a deep look at him before waving his hand. If it's related to the new flyer, then there's no need to discuss it. Great Magician Griffin and Great Magician Aduro were stunned. They looked at each other with eyes filled with doubt. The Emperor guessed that Great Magician Aduro was here because of the new flyer, which wasn't strange. But why did he directly tell Great Magician Aduro not to discuss it? Thinking of this possibility, Great Magician Aduro's expression became very ugly. Chapter 972. If it was said that New Flyer and the Magicians' Union headquarters had fallen out, there was no possibility of cooperation between the two sides, and even started to have some conflicts over the resources of low-level mages. But in everyone's eyes, these conflicts were mostly just words, and there wasn't any substantial action. In the end, New Flyer could be considered as the most popular company in the signs. Even the powerful Kanla Empire and the Malar Empire had to seek cooperation with New Flyer. Although the Sorcerers Guild was also one of the most powerful organizations in the signs, they would still have some scruples and wouldn't have a substantial conflict with New Flyer. However, no one thought that New Flyer would be so bold. It was already good that the Sorcerers Guild didn't find trouble with New Flyer, but New Flyer actually dared to find trouble with the Magicians' Union headquarters. It was simply inconceivable. After announcing to the public that their transport fleet had been attacked, New Flyer immediately used a very formal channel to raise doubts and inquiries to the Mana Magic Kingdom. However, the result was as everyone expected. The Mana Magic Kingdom said that they didn't know anything about this matter and also didn't know why Great Magician Glorfin and the 23 advanced magicians led by him attacked the New Flyer's transport fleet. In short, they completely brushed this matter aside. New Flyer said that they already had enough evidence to prove that Great Magician Glorfin and the advanced magicians led by him were ordered by the Mana Magic Kingdom to specifically target the New Flyer's fleet and rob them with the intention of destroying the New Flyer's fleet. When these words were said, it immediately caused an uproar in all the countries in the signs. If the New Flyer's accusation was true, then the meaning behind it was too shocking. As everyone knew, the Mana Magic Kingdom was actually a country established with the support of the Sorcerers Guild. It could even be used as a concrete manifestation of the Sorcerers Guild's strength in the signs. New Flyer accused the Mana Magic Kingdom of deliberately sending a large group of magicians to attack the New Flyer's transport fleet. It was very likely that it was ordered by the Sorcerers Guild. This also meant that the conflict between the Sorcerers Guild and New Flyer had reached an irreconcilable level, to the point that they had to use this method to directly attack the New Flyer. The Mana Magic Kingdom naturally refused to accept the New Flyer's accusation and said that New Flyer was deliberately slandering the Mana Magic Kingdom and must have some ulterior motives. Because of this, the Mana Magic Kingdom announced that the New Flyer had become a hostile merchant of the Mana Magic Kingdom and refused to have any dealings with the New Flyer. At the same time, they also refused to allow any items related to the New Flyer to enter the Mana Magic Kingdom. For a merchant, this was of course a very serious punishment. Everyone also thought that this matter would end here. In the end, the New Flyer was only a merchant. It was impossible for them to do anything to a country. Moreover, this country's backer was obviously the continent's largest organization, the Sorcerers Guild. However, the New Flyer once again exceeded everyone's expectations. After the Mana Magic Kingdom refused to talk to the New Flyer issued a final warning to the Mana Magic Kingdom through official channels. They claimed that if the Mana Magic Kingdom continued to refuse to cooperate with the New Flyer's investigation of the attack on the New Flyer's transport fleet, they would directly take action. What was a bit unexpected was that the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's final warning wasn't just sent to the Mana Magic Kingdom's officials. It was also announced through the various newspapers and the magic illusion projectors in the various cities. This approach naturally attracted the ridicule of almost everyone. Most people felt that the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had been too smooth lately, so they had swelled up too much and couldn't even maintain their position. In the name of a merchant, They issued a final warning to a country? What a joke. However, just when everyone thought that the new flyer was just talking, the new flyer actually made a move. Hashtag, 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 May 30, 793 of the Continental Calendar. The new flyer's 1st and 2nd Guard fleet arrived at the southern harbor of Venice. Arriving with these two fleets was the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Guard squadrons of the new flyer, a total of 6,000 people. 5 hours after the 3 squadrons disembarked, they had already passed through the border of the Venice Duchy. At the same time, they passed through the Aber Duchy to the north of the Venice Duchy, arriving at the border of the Mana Magic Kingdom and officially launching an attack on the Mana Magic Kingdom. At the same time, a total of 30 magic airships carrying the new flyer's 4th Guard Squadron, which was also the Special Guard Squadron, arrived at the border of the Mana Magic Kingdom and launched an attack with the other 3 squadrons. Under the powerful attack of the new flyer's guards, the border guards of the Mana Magic Kingdom could only hold on for less than half an hour before they were completely routed. After that, the new flyer's guards kept approaching, and in less than 2 days, they were like a hot knife through butter. They directly threatened the capital of the Mana Magic Kingdom, which was known as the Magic Kingdom's capital, Sasri City. Here, the new flyer's guards finally met their first real resistance. They were fighting with the only magic legion in the signs, the Mana Magic Kingdom's Mana Glory Legion that had been guarding Sasri City. Hashtag, 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 the new flyer's guard commander Hart looked at the magic flying in the sky, and, after thinking for a bit, he turned to his deputy beside him and asked, "Macon, tell me about the equipment of the various squadrons, especially their magic shields." Macon nodded and operated the control panel of the magic airship in front of him. An illusion came out of the control panel and appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing the countless dots of light in the illusion, Macon replied with a smile, "Reporting to Sir, based on this, the situation of the various squadrons is very good. There isn't a single magic airship or armored magic vehicle that has been damaged. Moreover, based on the energy report, as long as the other side keeps attacking like this, we can last for at least an hour." "Good." Hart nodded before turning to Lucali, who was sitting on the other side of the magic airship's control panel, and saying, "Give the order to the squadrons to fire freely. Shoot down some of the flies in the sky for me." "Yes." Lucali quickly passed down Hart's orders. After a while, the over 200 new armored magic vehicles on the ground and the 20 magic airships in the sky released a beautiful magic glow at the same time. Countless magic cannonballs flew out at the Glory Legion that was attacking the new flyer's guards. The Glory Legion was almost completely made up of magicians, so of course their attacks would be filled with magic spells, which looked very spectacular. But now that the new flyer was fighting back, the magicians of the Glory Legion were shocked to find that the other side's attacks were countless times more spectacular than theirs. Seeing the countless balls of light that were filled with magic as they flew out, the magicians of the Glory Legion could easily feel the terrifying magic fluctuations contained within. Faced with such a terrifying attack, even the powerful high-grade magicians didn't dare take it head-on and were forced to dodge. But the attacks of a new flyer's guard were very dense and fast. Flying over like this, they couldn't dodge at all. Hong, 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 hong. Countless magic cannonballs hit the magic shields of the Glory Legion's magicians and created a series of large and small fireworks in the sky. In just the first wave of attacks, over half of the Glory Legion's magicians were shocked to find that most of their magic had been consumed. On the other hand, the attacks of the new flyer's guards didn't stop at all. It was as if endless magic cannonballs were flying towards them. Ever since the establishment of the Glory Legion, they had always been able to rely on the number of magicians they had to face to gain an absolute advantage. They had never tasted the feeling of being at a disadvantage or even being defeated. But today, facing the guards sent by a mere merchant guild from New Flyer, many of the magicians of the Glory Legion felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the dense balls of light that were flying towards them at high speed, the magicians who felt that their magic wouldn't be able to support 2 more attacks chose to turn around and flee without hesitation. Because of the escape of these magicians, countless huge gaps appeared in the formation that was originally considered complete, causing the entire formation to look scattered. Hart was a little surprised when he saw this scene, but then he couldn't help but let out a cold snort full of disdain. These noble magicians have always thought of themselves as prideful. They wouldn't be like warriors who would rather die in battle than flee. A voice full of ridicule sounded beside Hart. It was the dwarf commander of the New Flyers Guards, Omar, who was in charge of the overall situation on the command ship with him. Hart glanced at him, then turned back to look at the elf commander of the guards, Fario, who was currently analyzing the situation on a small command platform behind him. He thought to himself that Fario was also a powerful magician whose strength was close to that of a great magician. Wasn't Omar's words scolding him as well? Fario's pair of pointed elven ears twitched. He had clearly heard Omar's words, but he chose to ignore them. He raised his head to look at Hart, and sternly said, "The real battle is about to begin." Hart and Omar looked at each other and nodded in unison. Their expressions also became solemn. Chapter 973. In the eyes of others, New Flyer first issued a final warning to the Mana Magic Kingdom, and then after the Mana Magic Kingdom ignored it, they quickly launched an official attack. It could be said that they were extremely decisive, and even a little too straightforward. But in reality, the idea of officially launching an attack on the Mana Magic Kingdom was far from being passed as smoothly as it seemed in New Flyer. Or to be honest, in fact, most of the higher-ups in New Flyer expressed strong opposition to this idea. This wasn't strange because no matter how one looked at it, it was an extremely crazy move for a Chamber of Commerce to go to war with a kingdom. Not to mention that this kingdom was the Mana Magic Kingdom. Compared to ordinary kingdoms like the Lampari Kingdom and the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Mana Magic Kingdom had the backing of the Sorcerer's Guild and had an incomparable advantage in terms of mage resources. Therefore, the military strength of the Mana Magic Kingdom was substantially higher than that of an ordinary kingdom like the Lampari Kingdom. Most of the higher-ups in New Flyer believed that choosing to go to war with the Mana Magic Kingdom was simply courting death. Even if the Sorcerer's Guild really instigated the Mana Magic Kingdom's mages to directly attack New Flyer, the most appropriate thing to do at this time was, of course, to prepare defenses to prevent the same thing from happening again, and not to directly go to war with the Mana Magic Kingdom. After all, New Flyer did indeed solve this problem after setting a trap. No matter how many mages the Mana Magic Kingdom had, it was impossible for them to ignore the loss of 23 advanced mages and one great mage. And as long as New Flyer prepared its defenses, the Mana Magic Kingdom would have no way to attack. Of course, the main problem that New Flyer's higher-ups considered at this time wasn't this, but they felt that now was an important period for the New Flyer to stabilize and develop at a high speed. The most important thing to consider should be to continue this stable development, and not to take risks, or to put it simply, to attack a kingdom. However, the objections of the other higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce did not have any effect in the end, because there were two people in the Chamber of Commerce who maintained a supportive attitude towards this decision. The first person was naturally Su Yi. The crazy idea of starting a war with the Mana Magic Kingdom was, of course, put forward by Su Yi, who had always been regarded as a lunatic. He was also the one who supported this idea the most. As the president of the New Flyer, as well as the unquestionably largest shareholder of the New Flyer, coupled with his extremely high prestige within the Chamber of Commerce, Su Yi's proposal was forcefully passed, even if the other higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce all opposed it. This was because, strictly speaking, the New Flyer Guards were only responsible for Su Yi and only listened to his orders. As long as he insisted, the New Flyer Guards would move out without hesitation. However, what made the higher-ups of the other chambers of commerce agree to this decision was the support of another person. This person was Instructor Carmilla. Instructor Carmilla's support for Su Yi's proposal was beyond everyone's expectations. This was because Instructor Carmilla herself was the most powerful archmage in the mage circle. She was also a great mage for decades, so she had always been highly valued by the Sorcerer's Guild. Even if she would not run to support the Sorcerer's Guild because of her personal relationship with Su-Yi, it was a bit surprising that she would turn around and attack the Mana Magic Kingdom. Moreover, she was obviously the one who understood the strength of the Sorcerer's Guild and the Mana Magic Kingdom the most. She should have strongly advised Su-Yi to give up this idea. However, she clearly expressed her support for Su-Yi's proposal. She even personally came to the meeting to emphasize her position to the other higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, with the support of Instructor Carmilla, the other higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce chose to agree to Su-Yi's proposal. This made the new Flyer Guard's war against the Mana Magic Kingdom a reality. Before the war, the new Flyer Guards would of course conduct a detailed analysis of the strength of the Mana Magic Kingdom and the situation after the war. In the specific analysis of the war situation, the guards did not put the conventional forces of the Mana Magic Kingdom in their eyes. As the guards of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, they were already equipped with the latest military magic machines. In the countless drills and the inconspicuous battles on the sea, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's guards had already recognized a fact. It was that with the new military magic machines, the traditional army that was stuck in the era of swords, spears, bows, and other weapons couldn't resist at all. It was as simple as an adult bullying a defenseless baby. The Mana Magic Kingdom didn't import any military magic machines from the new Flyer, so their traditional forces couldn't pose a threat to the new Flyer Guards at all. The only thing they had to be careful of was the magician army of the Mana Magic Kingdom that far surpassed the other countries of the continent. The normal cold weapons of normal people couldn't harm the steel-made new Flyer Guards at all, but the magic attacks of the magicians were much stronger and could still pose a threat. Of course, if this problem was before, it would indeed be a big problem for the new Flyer Guards. But since the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce worked with the Military Machinery Research Center to develop the military magic armors, this problem had been solved. When the new Flyer Guard fleet's 4th Fleet ambushed Great Magician Glover and the 23 high-grade magicians he led, it was the first time the military magic armors had been used in battle. Facts proved that the 2 large transport magic ships and the 8 magic guard ships with the military magic armors had the protection of the 9th grade deep blue protection array, so they could perfectly block all the magic attacks of the magicians. After that, the military magic armors were installed on all the magic airships, armored magic vehicles, and magic war chariots of the new Flyer Guards. The 30 magic airships and 200 armored magic vehicles that the new Flyer Guards brought to attack the Mana Magic Kingdom had all been installed with this device. So even if the magicians of the Glory Legion had wildly attacked, they couldn't injure the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's guards at all. That was excluding the fellows who had fainted from the impact. But this didn't make Heart's group relax, because they were clear that the real battle that the new Flyer Guards needed to face had just begun. And the opponents of this battle were the great magicians who far surpassed the high-grade magicians. The reason why it was great magicians was because the Mana Magic Kingdom had a total of 37 great magicians. In the Glory Army in front of them, there were 21 of them. The great magicians didn't make a move before because of their status, but now that the normal magicians couldn't resist the attacks of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's guards, it wouldn't be right if the great magicians didn't make a move. As expected, as soon as Furio's voice fell, there were 5 figures that flew out from the Glory Army. Each figure had a clear spatial fluctuation around them, so they were clearly great magicians. Seeing them, Heart immediately gave the order in a deep voice. Immediately follow the plan and attack your targets. Try not to give them a chance to fight back. As soon as the order was given, the new Flyer Guards who had stopped attacking because most of the Glory Army's magicians had run away began attacking again. First, the 200 armored magic vehicles on the ground fired the magic cannons at the same time. The sky was instantly filled with balls of light from the magic cannons, making the entire sky incomparably dazzling. The 5 great magicians of the Glory Army were a bit surprised, but they were still powerful great magicians, so they didn't try to dodge like the magicians who had run away before. With a wave of their hand, they created a powerful magic shield. Countless mana cannonballs exploded on the mana shields they had set up around them, immediately triggering a violent explosion. The explosions filled the air as countless balls of light exploded. But the 5 great magicians didn't move at all, as if they weren't affected at all. Seeing the 5 great magicians calm down under the fierce cannon fire, the other magicians of the Glory Army were filled with morale, and they couldn't help breaking out in cheers. However, Hart, who was commanding the airship, couldn't help giving a cold laugh. These magicians are still as arrogant and stupid as before. They could clearly dodge most of the attacks with their abilities, but they didn't dodge at all. Do they really think that blocking the attacks of the magic cannons doesn't consume magic? Hey, Macon, tell me what the situation is with the 5 great magicians on the other side. Macon looked at the image on the control panel in front of him and said with a laugh, compared to before, the strength of the magic fluctuations around the 5 great magicians has clearly decreased. The one with the least decreased by 9%, and the one with the most decreased by 17%. According to the formula for calculating the strength of the magic fluctuations, their magic has decreased by around 5% to 20%. Although these guys are great magicians, they are clearly far weaker than Great Magician Runa. Dwarf Commander Omar shook his head. Omar shook his head. Great Magician Juna would only lose 3% of his magic under the same attack. That's different. Great Magician Juna is a 5th grade Great Magician, only a step away from becoming an Archmagus, so he's much stronger than them. Moreover, he often practices with us, so he's very clear on what method to use when fighting us. The Elven Commander Ferio calmly said, as for the great magicians on the other side, they don't have any experience at all, so of course they will suffer a loss. Since they don't have any experience, we'll let them gain some valuable experience this time. Hart waved his hand and laughed. Of course, there will be a painful lesson. Chapter 974. Fighting with great magicians was fundamentally different from fighting with normal magicians. Normal magicians were mainly responsible for using various elemental magic to attack, but this kind of attack couldn't do anything with the magic shields of the new flyer magic airships and the armored magic vehicles. Rather, they would be completely defeated by the various military magic machines. The biggest difference between them and the great magicians was that the great magicians could use spatial magic. This decided that the great magicians didn't need to be like normal magicians, foolishly floating in the air and throwing spells at the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards. Rather, they could use the advantage of space magic to easily dodge normal attacks, and even use powerful space magic to counterattack. When the 5 great magicians began their counterattack, there were large and small spatial collapses that appeared in the space they were fighting in. This was the characteristic of spatial magic. It didn't use elemental magic to condense space. Rather, it directly used magic to affect space and then used spatial distortions to attack the enemy. Spatial magic was fundamentally different from normal elemental magic. When great magicians who could use spatial magic faced normal magicians, because they could use spatial magic, they could completely crush them. Normal magicians couldn't fight back at all. So even if the new flyer guards had easily defeated the Glory Army's magicians, the 5 great magicians were still filled with confidence. It should be said that sending 5 great magicians to deal with the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards was already because of the death of great magician Glover, so they attached great importance to the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards. However, when the real fight began, the 5 great magicians of the Glory Army were shocked to find that the spatial magic that could be considered invincible in the past actually didn't have any effect on the magic airships and armored magic vehicles of the new flyer guards. Under the attack of the spatial magic that normal people thought was terrifying, whether it was the large magic airships or the small armored magic vehicles, they were covered in a very strange magic glow. When they were covered in it, it also canceled out the spatial fluctuations caused by the spatial magic. Although it seemed like the magic airships and armor magic vehicles had been swallowed by the spatial magic, under the protection of the strange magic glow, they were still firm and didn't show any signs of being damaged at all. The Legion of Honor, from the 5 great mages who were still fighting, To the ordinary mages who had already withdrawn from the battlefield, were all dumbfounded as they watched these strange changes on the battlefield. This had already surpassed the common sense of these magicians. When facing spatial magic, if it was normal magicians, they could only desperately run. If it was a great magician of the same level, they could also use their control over spatial magic to avoid being hit. However, no matter what, he had never heard of spatial magic being directly negated to the point that it was ineffective. This was too unbelievable. Hey, these idiots. How could they understand the mysteries of the magic spatial stabilizer? Dwarf Commander Omar glanced at the 5 great mages who were clearly stunned in the sky and let out a mocking sneer. Hart also magicians of magicians and magicians of magicians. These magicians always boast about how mysterious magic is, that it's knowledge that only a few people can grasp, and they always act aloof. But they never thought that in front of Sir Chairman's magic data analysis, there would be no mystery at all. What magic? Isn't it just a pile of data? The elven Commander Forio on the side helplessly looked at the two of them before shaking his head and saying with a sigh, I know that you two are warriors, and I understand that you don't like the arrogance of magicians. But it was Sir Chairman's idea to create the magic data analysis module. In the end, the ones who played the main role were the magicians of the company, so you don't need to look like you're taking joy in other people's misfortune, all right? Hart and Omar looked at each other before breaking out in laughter. Hart forcefully slapped Ferrio's shoulder and laughed. Of course, I know that the credit for this is mainly due to the president and the magicians of the Chamber of Commerce. But that doesn't stop me from taking pleasure in the misfortune of these idiots. Furio, to be honest, you're a powerful magician close to the rank of great magician. What do you think of this magic data analysis module that Sir Chairman organized? A look of undisguised admiration appeared on Ferrio's face, and he sighed, I can say that this is definitely the most creative and revolutionary idea in all of history. Before Sir Chairman proposed this concept, no magician had ever thought that magic could actually be expressed with such rigid data. All magicians have always believed that magic is very magical and mysterious. To be able to grasp magic, you can only rely on continuous practice and comprehension. To be able to grasp, it means that you have enough talent. And to not be able to grasp it means that your talent is insufficient. But now, this concept proposed by Sir Chairman has almost completely broken this tradition. Originally mysterious magic, after being analyzed in detail using data, is no longer so mysterious. I even feel that, as long as there are enough conditions, relying on the help of this magic data analysis module, we can even mass-produce a batch of magicians. Sir Chairman did say that, but Teacher Carmilla also said that the magicians cultivated in this way would have a rigid understanding of magic, and their combatability wouldn't be strong. Hart shrugged. What combatability? Omar waved his hand. Look at the group of people we've brought. Apart from Furio, there aren't many magicians, but aren't we still able to fight in full swing against those magicians? If you ask me, Sir Chairman's reason for doing this is to directly dig out the foundation of that damned Sorcerer's Guild. Think about it. Our new flyer can even mass-produce some low-level magicians. Then who would care about what the Sorcerer's Guild says? Furio and Hart were silent for a moment before nodding together. From this point of view, perhaps when Sir Chairman first proposed this concept, he really did have this in mind. Otherwise, why would he insist on attacking the Mana Magic Kingdom? Well, we don't need to think about these issues, and now is not the time to think about it. The most important thing now is to clean up these guys in front of us. Hart clapped his hands to attract the attention of the other two. Then he turned to Macon and shouted, Macon, do you have the data analysis report of those 5 great magicians? Wait a minute. Macon shouted and continued to nervously stare at the screen in front of him. Hart didn't mind. He directly went to the communication station and pressed the button. Attention to all teams. Be ready to launch a counterattack at any time. Think about how to train with great magician Runa. Don't make any mistakes. Understood. Received. Captain Hart, don't worry. Every single one of these fellows is comparable to Great Magician Runa. We can easily take care of them. There was a high morale response that came from the communication device. Hart gave a satisfied nod. He looked at Macon and found that he was still staring at the screen. He knew that it would take some time for him to get the data, so after thinking about it, he gave the order, "All magic airships, listen to my order. First stop attacking and do your best to evade. Don't fight head-on. Our energy reserves must be reserved for the most important battle. It isn't that time yet." There were sounds of acknowledgement that came from the communication device. The 30 magic airships in the air suddenly started moving and quickly flew through the air. Because the new flyer had made a breakthrough in the magic engine. The magic airship's top speed had already broken through 150 kilometers per hour. Now that they were flying at full speed, if one were to look up from the ground, they would see huge black shadows dancing in the sky in an extremely nimble and high-speed manner. It looked very out of place. Of course, even with this kind of speed, it was impossible to dodge all the attacks of the magicians. There were quite a few spells that fell onto the magic airships and were blocked by the magic shields. After flying like this for a while, the controller of the magic airship turned to look at Hart with a strange expression. "Captain Hart, I feel that. It's better if we just stay where we are and fight head-on." Hart was surprised. Why? Because I found that in this situation, our magic power consumption is 20% higher than before. Hearing this answer, not only Hart, but also Omar and Ferio were startled. Why? Are we dodging many magic attacks like this? Why is the energy consumption even higher? The controller gave a helpless, bitter laugh before replying. Actually, of the energy consumption of the magic airship under us, most of it comes from the power of the flight, which is around 570 AI per minute. Under the current high mobility mode, the consumption was actually 1,000 AI per minute in the stock market. If we keep the magic shield up, it's around 240 AI per minute. Hart, Omar, and Ferio looked at each other in blank dismay. Hart wiped his face and felt it burning hot. He had given the order just now, but he never thought that he would make this mistake. Then he felt that something was wrong, so he asked in a strange voice, "This isn't right. When we were training with Great Magician Juna, we also used this high mobility mode, but there were no reports of higher energy consumption." The controller spread his hands and looked even more helpless. That is because Great Magician Runa is far stronger than the 5 great magicians on the other side. If we were to fight in place, we would have to use the mana space stabilizer, and the energy consumption would be much higher than using the high mobility mode. As for the 5 great magicians in front of us, their space magic isn't as threatening as Great Magician Juna, so we don't need to keep the magic space stabilizer on, so the energy consumption is much lower. Hart's group was speechless. In the end, it was because the 5 great magicians on the other side were too weak. All right, this can also be considered as accumulating actual combat experience. Hart wiped his face and somewhat reluctantly gave another order to the communicator. "All right, stop for me. We just need to pay attention to the other side space magic. There's no need to run around." As soon as he gave the order, Macon suddenly turned his head. "Captain, the data has been collected." Hart's eyes lit up. "Great. Immediately send the data to the other units. Brothers, take care of these 5 fellows for me." Chapter 975. At the end of May, year 3793 of the Continental Calendar, the news from New Flyer and Mana Magic Kingdom attracted the attention of the entire signs. The Frestech Chamber of Commerce's guards had unexpectedly launched an attack on the Mana Magic Kingdom in the middle of May. Everyone thought that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's guards were asking for trouble and they would return in defeat. But at the end of May, New Flyer suddenly announced through various channels that New Flyer's military operation against the Mana Magic Kingdom had achieved satisfactory results. This military operation was aimed at the magicians of the Mana Magic Kingdom who were hostile to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce and had robbed the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's transport fleet. New Flyer believed that this would serve as a stern warning to the mages who had ill intentions towards New Flyer to prevent similar situations from happening in the future. At the same time, New Flyer also warned the Mana Magic Kingdom, hoping that the Mana Magic Kingdom would effectively restrain the mages in their country. If the same situation happened again, New Flyer would not hesitate to launch another revenge operation. Just from this statement alone, New Flyer had undoubtedly achieved great success in this attack against the Mana Magic Kingdom. This was why they had the confidence to warn the Mana Magic Kingdom. However, many people were skeptical of New Flyer's official statement. In the end, the Mana Magic Kingdom was different from any other country on the continent. Relying on the large number of mages, the Mana Magic Kingdom should be the best country on the continent to deal with the New Flyer guards. It was much stronger than the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire. If the New Flyer guards could easily defeat the Mana Magic Kingdom, then wouldn't that mean that the New Flyer guards were invincible on the continent? Under the doubts of countless people, the Mana Magic Kingdom launched a counterattack against the New Flyer's statement. The Mana Magic Kingdom expressed that the New Flyer guards had wantonly stepped into the Mana Magic Kingdom's territory and launched an inhumane attack against the Mana Magic Kingdom's army. This was a blatant act of invasion and a violation of the most basic law of the continent. The Mana Magic Kingdom expressed great indignation and protest and reserved the right to counterattack at any time. At the same time, the New Flyer's actions against the Mana Magic Kingdom and the Mana Magic Kingdom also firmly denied the claims of the Mana Magic Kingdom. The Mana Magic Kingdom expressed that this was the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's slander. It was a shameful excuse for the Frestac Chamber of Commerce to invade the Mana Magic Kingdom. As for the New Flyer's shameless actions, the Mana Magic Kingdom publicly declared that they would gather all the forces they could to teach the New Flyer a lesson in blood. At the same time as the Mana Magic Kingdom statement, the Signs Magicians Union headquarters also made a public statement. The Magicians Union headquarters stated that the Mana Magic Kingdom was a long-term partner of the Sorcerers Guild and was also a special kingdom designated by the Sorcerers Guild for special treatment. Now that the New Flyer had invaded the Mana Magic Kingdom without any reason, it was equivalent to provoking the Sorcerers Guild and insulting all the mages of the Signs. The Sorcerers Guild stated that in view of the New Flyer's excessive actions, the Sorcerers Guild would impose full sanctions on the New Flyer. From the day of the announcement, the Sorcerers Guild prohibited all mages registered in the Sorcerers Guild from contacting the New Flyer, and were even more prohibited from working for the New Flyer. Otherwise, they would be regarded as the enemy of the Sorcerers Guild and all the other mages of the continent. In addition, the Sorcerers Guild would also give the Mana Magic Kingdom full support, and at the same time, call on all the other countries of the Signs to boycott the New Flyer. It had to be said that the Sorcerers Guild's statement was extremely strict, and the measures taken were also very decisive and ruthless. With the Sorcerers Guild's authoritative position in the hearts of the mages of the Signs, they strictly prohibited the mages of the continent from contacting the New Flyer, and stepped up their efforts to help the New Flyer. This would greatly restrict the mages of the continent. The core of the New Flyer was the magic machines, and the most important members were the mages of the Sorcerers Guild. If these mages obeyed the Sorcerers Guild's ban and left the New Flyer, not only would it be a serious blow to the New Flyer, it might even cause the New Flyer to be paralyzed. In this way, the New Flyer would collapse without a fight. And this was why many people didn't understand why the New Flyer would directly confront the Sorcerers Guild, and even directly fall out with them. But at the same time, many people knew that the Sorcerers Guild ban on the New Flyer wouldn't have any effect. In fact, this was indeed the case. After the Sorcerers Guild's ban was issued, the New Flyer wasn't affected at all. Instead, many powerful mages with high prestige publicly stated that the Sorcerers Guild was only an organization that served the mages of the continent and didn't have the authority to force any mages to do anything. This ban on the New Flyer not only went against the Sorcerers Guild's original purpose, but also violated the dignity of the mages. Many powerful mages with high prestige expressed that they wanted the Magicians Union headquarters to retract this ban. For a time, the Magicians Union headquarters was in a mess due to the opposition of the Sorcerers Guild branches in various countries. For ordinary people, the dispute between the mages didn't have much to do with them. What they were most concerned about was the specific situation of the war between the New Flyer and the Mana Magic Kingdom. Judging from the statements of both sides, although the statement of the Mana Magic Kingdom was also strong, it was obvious that they were trying to sound tough on the outside but actually weak on the inside. This was because the Mana Magic Kingdom didn't refute the part of the results announced by the New Flyer's statement. Instead, they showed all kinds of grievances in their own statement. This situation clearly showed that he had suffered a great loss in the previous battle. So everyone was very curious. The Mana Magic Kingdom had a large number of mages, and there were even more than 20 great mages among them. But the New Flyer guards were able to obtain victory. This was really too unbelievable. How did the New Flyer guards win? What were the specific results of the battle? This was the question that everyone was concerned about. These two questions were gradually answered a few days after the statements of a New Flyer, the Mana Magic Kingdom, and Magicians Union headquarters. According to the information collected from various sources, the New Flyer guards actually didn't have many achievements worth mentioning in the process of attacking the Mana Magic Kingdom. This was because when facing the regular army of the New Flyer guards, they simply crushed them all the way and didn't encounter any decent resistance at all. The real battle between the two sides, and it could even be said that it was the only official battle, actually took place outside the capital of the Mana Magic Kingdom. It was a battle between the New Flyer guards and the glorious Mage Legion that the Mana Magic Kingdom was proud of. And the result of this battle was inconceivable to everyone. The glorious Mage Legion was completely defeated, and they lost a total of 218 mages of level 5 and above. This kind of result was enough to shock everyone. However, what was really shocking and inconceivable was that the glorious Mage Legion actually lost 4 great mages. God above, in the eyes of ordinary people, great mages could almost be regarded as powerful figures that were equivalent to gods. Anyone who saw them could only worship them. The fall of any great mage was a big event that was worth a sensation. But this time, a total of 4 great mages had fallen in one breath. The last time there was a situation where more than one great mage had fallen was 130 years ago during the full-scale war between the Malar Empire and the Kanla Empire. However, in that full-scale war, there had never been a battle where more than one great mage had been lost in one breath. After all, great mages were powerful figures who had mastered space magic. Even if the battle was unfavorable, there should be no problem when they wanted to escape. So for this result, everyone thought it was a complete joke when they first heard it. However, when this result was confirmed, everyone was speechless. How could this be? Why? Why would such powerful 4 great mages all fall in one battle? Could it be that they didn't even know how to escape? One had to know that on this continent, there had never been a country that would ask a mage to fight to the death. After confirming this result, everyone suddenly realized that the name New Flyer seemed to have put on another layer of terrifying in their hearts. It was clearly just a chamber of commerce, but it had the valiant ability to go to war with a country. Moreover, this country was more than 3,000 kilometers away from the New Flight Commerce main base. It had a large number of mages and was known as the 3rd strongest country in signs after the Malar Empire and the Kanla Empire. It was the Mana Magic Kingdom. What was truly terrifying was that it could actually kill a total of 4 great magicians in a single battle. This also meant that the great magicians who were aloof and unreachable to normal people, who were important people in any small country, to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they were easy targets to hunt. Then, other than the great mages, could it be that the only ones who could threaten the New Flyer were the mages who stood at the peak of all mages? Chapter 976. Minter Carmilla looked at the 30 magic airships slowly descending from the sky and narrowed his eyes, revealing a complicated look. Sue, standing beside him, noticed his strange silence and turned to look at him. He saw the strange expression on his face, and after thinking about it, he asked, "Grandfather, Do you think that there was something wrong with this attack on the Mana Magic Kingdom? Mentor Carmilla gave a sigh and shook his head. No, I was the one who supported you the most in this operation, so there was nothing wrong with it. But, thinking that the company's guards had caused the fall of 5 great magicians, I was a bit surprised and not used to it. Not used to it? He looked at the sad look that flashed in Mentor Carmilla's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. After being silent for a bit, he asked, "Grandfather, do you think that people like great magicians shouldn't fall so easily?" Mentor Carmilla gave a bitter laugh. The word fall is not used on normal people who die so easily. He gave a sigh after saying this before continuing, "You have to know, just a few years ago, I was only a great magician." He couldn't help smiling. "Grandfather, could it be that you feel pity for us?" "Relax. How could the company's guards make a move against you? Not to mention that you're an archmagus now. You're much stronger than normal great magicians. Then again, I've never thought that great magicians were that great. Look, I'm also a great magician." Mentor Carmilla rolled her eyes at him and said with a cold snort, "Kid, you've never thought of yourself as a magician, so what does it matter if you're a great magician or not? Speaking of this, I really feel that it's not worth it for the other magicians on the continent. Kid, you clearly don't care about magic, but you've become a great magician that countless magicians dream of. There are countless magicians who pursue the mysteries of magic, spending their entire lives on magic, but they can't become a great magician even when they die. It really makes one sigh at the unfairness of fate." He gave a shrug. "You can't blame me for this. Things like talent were unfair to begin with. Besides, compared to talent, I feel that the mages on signs have the wrong understanding of magic. I have always believed that everything in this world can be analyzed in detail in a very specific way, instead of blindly adding strange adjectives such as mysterious and profound to it. Although magic is indeed miraculous, as long as one studies it thoroughly, in my opinion, it is just a useful tool." Mentor Carmilla fell silent. As an archmage who had been studying magic since he was less than 10 years old, who had been in the world of magic for more than 50 years, and who had finally touched upon the highest temple of magic, he was very unwilling to admit that his previous exploration had been completely wrong. Even the direction of his research had been somewhat wrong. He was also unwilling to admit that magic was actually a simple thing that could be analyzed in detail with data, because it would be equivalent to admitting that the difficult and profound feelings he had for magic were almost nonsense. However, he had to admit that Suyi's words were not wrong at all. When Suyi proposed that magic could actually be explained by a specific data analysis module, he and all the other mages in the Chamber of Commerce thought that Suyi was simply joking. However, later on, Suyi used his own set of data analysis module theory to apply more than half of the level 1 to level 3 spells. Everyone in the Chamber of Commerce, including him, had no choice but to acknowledge Suyi's concept. And once this point was acknowledged, the mages in New Flyer, who had long been deeply influenced by Suyi and who had completely accepted all kinds of detailed data requirements in their large amounts of magic machine research, had developed a rigorous research spirit that was close to that of the scientists on Earth. It was as if a new world had been opened up, and they enthusiastically applied all the known spells into this module. Then, they discovered that the concept and theory that Suyi proposed was simply too useful. Under the concept of a detailed data module, any magic would become a combination of a large number of incomparably detailed data, and there would be no more mystery to speak of. Take, for example, the simplest spell, which was also the most frequently used spell on the entire continent, the level 1 fire spell, Fireball spell. Before this, when low-level mages who had just come into contact with magic were learning Fireball, their teachers would usually only tell them to use their own mana to sense the fire magical elements in the surrounding space, and then use their own mana to attract and gather these fire magical elements, and finally condense them into a round ball. When enough fire magical elements were condensed and the concentration was high enough, the Fireball spell would naturally be formed. Of course, if one was always unable to fulfill this requirement, then it could only mean that one's magic talent was not enough and was not suitable to be a mage. Or to be more precise, one's fire magic talent was not enough and was not suitable to be a fire elemental mage. To be safe, one could still try out other types of magic. Most of the time, one would have to rely on oneself to learn the magic that was learned under such a learning method. The teachers who taught magic would only tell you how to use the magic, but not how to condense fire magical elements. How to condense these fire magical elements into a round ball. What this round ball should look like, and what the density of the fire magical elements and it was all about. In short, everything depended on one's own exploration. Therefore, magic talent was extremely important to a mage. It was easy for mages with enough talent to learn and master magic, but those without enough talent would have to spend a large amount of time to have any hope of truly mastering this magic. Even so, for the simplest fireball spell, the effects of the fireball spell used by different mages were extremely different. This phenomenon fell into Su Yi's eyes and became the main reason why he criticized the current science magic research as being very careless and unscientific. Su Yi felt that with this kind of vague magic research model, there was no way to truly display the great use of magic as a tool. Instructor Carmilla and the other magicians of the company didn't understand what Su Yi meant by unscientific, but they all agreed with the evaluation of careless. Because the Frestac Chamber of Commerce focused on making magic machines since the beginning, the magicians of the company had suffered quite a bit from the lack of rigorous magic research facilities during their years of research. For example, when they first started researching the magic airship, although everyone knew that they could install a flying array on the magic airship, hoping that the giant magic airship could easily fly in the air. But when they were researching, no one knew what kind of flying array to install. They didn't know how big the flying array should be, and they didn't know how to distribute the effects of the flying array. In short, because there wasn't any detailed data on the flying array when they were researching the magic airship, just to determine the flying array, the magicians of the Academy of Magic spent a lot of effort. Moreover, this phenomenon didn't just appear in the research of the magic airship. There were also many problems with the magic arrays used in the other magic machines. So when Su Yi proposed that all the magic data should be analyzed, the magicians of the new flyer didn't understand at first. But after they understood, they accepted it faster than anyone else and were very supportive. If you went to the Academy of Magic of the New Flyer, you would find that the magicians weren't interested in magic research, but rather they were studying the intermediate mathematics that Su Yi had personally written. This was to perfect the foundation of the magic data analysis module. According to what Su Yi said, when they had a certain foundation of data, he would teach them the even higher level advanced mathematics. As long as they grasped this knowledge, they would be able to understand and grasp the intricacies of the magic data analysis module. But even if they didn't grasp the intricacies of it yet, just by using the low-level magic in the magic data analysis module, they could deeply understand how convenient and intricate it was. Take the fireball spell as an example. After analyzing the fireball spell, Su Yi had created a model for the fireball spell, proving that the shape and size of the fireball spell had the best ratio with the density of the fire elemental magic he condensed. Only with the best ratio could the fire elemental magic in the fireball spell release the most stable explosive power. It wasn't the strongest because to reach the strongest power, the ratio had to be increased. This wasn't good for the stability of the fireball spell, so it was very easy for the fireball spell to fail. Or, this fireball spell could be directly upgraded to a level 2 fire spell, Scorching Flame. Other than that, Su Yi had also determined the best shape model for the level 1 fireball spell through his own research. This model was not a perfect circle like the mages had imagined. Instead, it was a sphere that was slightly elliptical. This was the only way to ensure that the fire elemental magic in the fireball spell was in the most stable and even state when it was flying, so it could release the most powerful force when it hit the target. In order to prove the results of his research, Su Yi specially found 100 level 1 mages from the New Flight College and had them train according to Su Yi's theory on the fireball spell. In less than a week, these level 1 mages had completely mastered the fireball spell through this magic. Although the fireball spell they released was still weak and strong, the difference was very small. And the weakest fireball spell was still far more powerful than the fireball spell they used before. Compared to the introduction of the fireball spell in the books about low-level magic that were popular on the continent, the fireball spell they used was several times more powerful. This proved that Su Yi's research was a great success. Chapter 977. Thinking of the past year and a half, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had gone from doubting Su Yi's concept of the magic data analysis module to wavering, understanding, and then supporting it. In the end, all the magicians of the company had wildly thrown themselves into it. Archmagus Camilla felt very emotional. When she first met Su Yi, it was only because of that exquisite and strange piano model that he attracted Mentor Carmilla's attention. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and this kid had not only founded the New Flyer, but also led the development and rise of the entire magic industry in the signs. He was so powerful that he could even influence the situation of the entire continent. Now, he had created the theory of the magic data analysis module, leading the magic research in the signs, which had tens of thousands of years of history, into a new model. Although this theory was only in its infancy, Mentor Carmilla could predict that as time passed, this new model of magic research would inevitably cause an earthquake in the circle of mages and the signs, eventually leading to a new revolution. It wouldn't be long before the mysterious and unfathomable magic and the unreachable mages in the hearts of the people would no longer have that sense of mystery and awe-inspiring feeling. In other words, magic would become more accessible to the people and would be more easily understood by ordinary people. It could even be mastered by more people. This was because a long time ago, a magus once said that there was no such thing as magic. In this world, there was no such thing as talent for magic. In fact, everyone could master magic, and the only difference was the degree of mastery. The reason why there were so few mages was entirely because the study of magic was not thorough enough. So those with weaker talent for magic had no way to truly learn and master magic. In the past, Mentor Carmilla had disdained this saying, but when she saw Su Yi's experiment, where he made 100-level, one mages master the most powerful fireball spell in history, she deeply agreed with this saying. If this was true, then didn't that mean that everyone on the continent had the hope of becoming a mage in the future? If that was the case, then being a mage would no longer be such a rare profession. Thinking of this, Instructor Carmilla looked at Su Yi again. From the very beginning, Su Yi had been working hard to bring magic closer to the lives of ordinary people. If the various types of magical machines that he had previously developed were to make magic a tool that could serve people better, then the theory of the magic data analysis module that he proposed this time was to go one step further and make magic something that ordinary people could come into contact with and even master. Mentor Carmilla had always hoped that more people would understand magic. She had never thought that, even after becoming a magister, she would still be unable to do so. Now, it was Su Yi who might be able to accomplish this feat if he succeeded. Su Yi would become the most iconic magician in the history of signs magic. However, what made Mentor Carmilla not know whether to laugh or cry was that she knew very well that this kid, had never thought of these ideas at all, whether he was researching magic or coming up with the theory of the magic data analysis module. In this kid's eyes, magic was just a good tool. While Mentor Carmilla was deep in thought, the 30 magic airships had already stopped. Hart, Omar, and Furio led the first group of new flyer guards that had returned from the Mana Magic Kingdom. As the chairman of the New Flyer, Su Yi came forward to greet them and praise them. After some simple procedures, Su Yi waved his hand at the information collectors on the magic airships, including Macon. Together with Mentor Carmilla, they came to the Academy of Magic. Sir Chairman, this is the data we collected from the battle with the 5 great magicians. Please take a look. After entering the new statistics department of the Academy of Magic, Macon and the others handed a thick stack of reports to Su Yi, as well as a magic illusion projection module. Su Yi waved his hand and signaled for them to put it down. I'll leave this data for the researchers to study. First tell me, was the pressure of fighting 5 great magicians at the same time. Macon and the others looked at each other before revealing relaxed smiles. Of course there was pressure, but we didn't feel any real threat the entire time. Macon said, "Those 5 great magicians weren't as strong as Great Magician Runa, and we had already defeated Great Magician Runa many times, so we didn't feel much pressure when fighting them." Sooty nodded before turning to Minter Carmilla. Minter Carmilla stroked the sparse beard on her chin and shook her head with a bitter smile. Even if she, as an archmagus, was fighting 5 great magicians at the same time, she would still feel some pressure. But these fellows from a new Flyer Guards said that the pressure wasn't that big. If this talk was spread out, perhaps all the other magicians on the continent would find it unbelievable. Although there were rumors that 4 great magicians from the Mana Magic Kingdom's Glory Legion had fallen in the battle with the new Flyer, but in fact, all 5 great magicians had fallen. The reason why there were only 4 was because Sue-E deliberately released false information. However, whether it was 4 or 5 great magicians, the fact that more than one great magician had fallen in the battle with the new Flyer Guard was already shocking enough. This would cause all the other magicians on the continent to be wary of him. Even the great magicians couldn't escape in the battle with the new Flyer Guards and directly died, so other ordinary magicians shouldn't even dream of challenging the new Flyer Guards. Minter Carmilla was one of the most powerful arch-magi. She had been in the magician's circle on the continent for decades, so she knew that almost all the magicians on the continent cherished their lives very much. They wouldn't easily put themselves to death. Therefore, through this battle with the Mana Magic Kingdom, it could be said that New Flyer had successfully intimidated almost all the magicians on the continent. This ensured that the new Flyer had gained the initiative in the confrontation with the Sorcerer's Guild. And this was even more beneficial for the new Flyer to gain the initiative in the promotion of magic machines and the new magic data analysis module theory in the future. It could be said that this had great strategic significance. It was precisely because of this reason that Minter Carmilla unexpectedly strongly supported Su-Yi's proposal to attack the Mana Magic Kingdom. Of course, there's also a premise. He was very clear that with the strength of the new Flyer Guards, they could definitely defeat the Mana Magic Kingdom. Well, you put down the data and let that kid Sue-E deal with it. You come with me. I have nothing to do today, so I'll accompany you boys to play. Minter Carmilla suddenly said. Macon and others were startled. Then their faces turned bitter. Miss Carmilla, we just came back from the battlefield. Can't you let us rest? Minter Carmilla stared at them. It is because you just came back from the battlefield that the training effect is better. Less nonsense, come with me. Looking at the dejected appearance of Macon and others obediently following Minter Carmilla outside, Sue-E couldn't help but laugh. It was clear that Minter Carmilla was going to look for the guards to spar with him. This kind of thing had happened several times before, and every time the guards were brutally beaten by Minter Carmilla. So much so that Macon and others almost had a psychological shadow. But when Minter Carmilla proposed to spar with them again, although Macon and others looked dejected on the surface, but in fact, the smile on their faces still revealed the excitement and desire in their hearts. Being able to have a personal spar with a magister, this was a super high treatment that no armed group on the continent could have. Of course, in addition to the new Flyer Guards, there was no armed group on the continent that could compete with a magister. In fact, when Sue-E had proposed to Minter Carmilla to spar with the Chamber of Commerce's guards, Minter Carmilla had refused. But later on, as the strength of the new Flyer Guards became stronger and stronger, Runa was completely unable to take advantage of them, so Minter Carmilla suddenly agreed to spar with them. Sue-E guessed that the reason why Minter Carmilla did this was to maintain her dignity as a magician. But for her to take the initiative to spar with him, it was most likely for another reason. Thinking of this reason, the smile on Sue-Yi's face gradually faded. After thinking for a bit, he turned to the office of the Academy of Magic's chief. Hey, Evita, how are your preparations? Evita still had an astute appearance. Seeing that Sue-E was asking, she didn't waste words and directly led him to a wall in the office. There was a large map on the wall. If one looked closely, they would find that this map wasn't the signs map that could be seen everywhere in the new flyer. Rather, it was a map of the New Flight Commerce main base and the surrounding areas. Compared to the signs map, this map was very precise. One could even see the markings of the houses on the map. The reason why it had such a high precision was because this map was made by the magic airship in the sky. Before this, the people who made the signs map didn't have this kind of support. Sir Chairman, look, we've already completed 80% of the nodes. As long as we complete the 13 nodes here, and here, we'll be able to link them together. Evita pointed a few times on the map. Evita tapped a few spots on the map. When everything is finished, we'll be able to transfer the high-concentration magic crystals stored in any node. We'll be able to gather over 500,000 exalts of magic in the shortest amount of 5 minutes. 500,000 exalts? He narrowed his eyes to look at the map before asking. Then, Evita, has your research facility done any rehearsals? If we instantly ignite this 500,000 exalts of magic, what kind of effect will it have? A trace of fear appeared in Evita's eyes. What kind of concept was 500,000 exalts? It had to be known that last time Minor Carmilla had personally demonstrated a forbidden spell. According to the data, the total amount of magic used was only 6,000 to 8,000 exalts. 500,000 exalts was equal to close to 60 forbidden spells. Thinking of this, Evita swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, if we instantly ignite 500,000 exalts of magic, even if we use the most basic method, it will turn the entire company's main base into nothingness. Hearing this answer, Sue revealed a faint smile. Although I hope that we never have to use this method, but this is very good that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.